We would like God to be with us so that we can start. So I'll call on Engineer Emmanuel Fiati, Director of Water Choices and Performance Management at the PRC, to give us the opening prayer.
Thank you very much. Explain me the prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for giving us. We thank you for the darknesses. We thank you for bringing all the stakeholders in this area. Our Father and our God, we also committed the utilities into your hands, the commissioner and the staff of yours. Our Father and our God, as we go through this discussion, we pray that you give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that we will go through this discussion safely, smoothly, that the outcome will be the best for this. In the name of Jesus.
Thank you very much, sir. If I question points. Maybe a introduction, introduce people on the high team. We have the chairman of the PRC on with us. He's the president of Honorable Moses Asara. Let's give him a round of applause. We also have the executive secretary of PRC, Dr. Shafik Suleiman, with us. Give us a minister. And then we have Mr. Alex Monu, member of the stakeholder committee here with us at the high table. Thank you very much. We also have here the utilities. One, maybe some sort. We have the VRA here with us. They should give us a wave. Thank you, sir. We have the GRICO, Agriculture Limited, they are here with us. We have the ECG. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We have EPC here with us, Clean Power. Thank you very much. We have Ghana Water Limited, also here. Thank you. We have Ghana Gas here with us as well. Thank you. And then the media is also here with us. DTV, TV3, BNFT, Newspaper, Daily Graphic, they're also here with us. As we move on, I'll do a lot more introduction when key personalities join us. Let's see, media. I'll come back to maybe some other facilities among us as well. Ghana Army, and then with them we have Commander V. We have Squadron Leader F.A. Ofori Bruce from the Ghana Air Force. Thank you very much, sir. We have Chief Petty Officer Addison here with us from the Ghana Navy as well. Thank you very much. We have Major Francis Allen from the Ghana Armed Forces. If I hear you as a week, thank you very much. We have Mr. Adam Okoro from the Ghana Armed Forces as well. We thank you, sirs, for coming. And then from the Ghana Police, we have Reginald Solomon Osei here with us. The Ghana Police, if you are hearing us away. Okay. We have Peter Ajay. Thank you very much, sir. We have Elizabeth Dakwa Ola here with us. Okay, still waiting. We have something like Karim and okay. Already have something like Joseph Farming up here. Okay, it's right behind. We have ASP Augustine Breku upon here with us. Thank you very much, sir. So as we're when we go on, I'll get in touch with the rest of the list and introduce the rest of the people who join. We've just been joined at the head table by Dr. Abdan Yahobotu. He's here with us at the high table, the TUC. He represents the TUC on the PRC board. Let's give him a round of applause. And we have Mr. James Demetri, Commissioner of the PRC board. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. So without wasting much time, we'll call on the Executive Secretary of PRC, Dr. Shafiq Suleiman, to give us the welcome address of the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and welcome all to the important public hearing. It's a stakeholder yes. This week we are starting the public hearing on ladies across the other regions. The regional minister or its representative president, metropolitan and municipal chief executives, respected leaders of trade and professional associations, dedicated service commanders, and esteemed partners from government institutions, distinguished guests, good morning to all of us, and welcome to this most important public hearing of the PRC with the utilities. On behalf of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, I extend a very warm and special welcome to each and every one of you to this crucial data regional public hearing on the most year for the period 2025 to 2030. The direct and practical representation in this room today is a powerful testament to the central role that utilities play in our national lives. We have with us the leadership of security, services who ensure our national stability. We are also enjoined by the chief executives of the various municipal assemblies within the Greater Accra region who are at the forefront of local and development. Additionally, we have the leaders of governance and countless trade associations from hairdressers, tailors, and fashion designers to make marketplace, wellness, hoteliers, bankers, and farmers. As the engine of our economy, the creators of jobs, and the backbone of our communities, this hearing is for you. The multi-year tariff order. It's not just a technical regulatory tool for utilities and investors, it is above all the citizens' mindful. It belongs to the people of Ghana, and its ultimate purpose is to ensure that the lifelines of our society, electricity and water, are affordable and sustainable for all. I understand deeply that the cost and quality of these utilities are not just concepts for you. They are fundamental to your daily operations. For the market woman, it is about preserving their goods. For the hairdresser and the welder, it is about powering their equipment and their livelihood. For the hotelier, it is about providing comfort to your guests. For our security services and government agencies, it is about executing your critical mandates effectively, and for every household, it's about the quality of life. This is your platform to engage, to ask the tough questions, and to seek clarity from the utility service providers. They are here to explain their proposals for the next 5 years in simple and relatable terms. We encourage you to listen keenly and to hold them. The commission's role is to be an impartial referee, balancing the legitimate need for utilities to raise enough revenue to invest in and provide reliable services, with the equally legitimate need for consumers to pay tariffs. Therefore, I urge you all to participate actively. Your experiences and your voices are invaluable. They will ensure that the final tariff structure we approve is not an imposition, but a balanced and credible social contract, one that safeguards your interests, ensures the utilities can serve you better, and support Ghana's development. As I conclude, I urge all of us to work together through this process to ensure that it is transparent, inclusive, and ultimately beneficial to the good people of Greater Accra and Ghana as a whole. Once again, thank you for your presence and your commitment to this national dialogue. I look forward to a very frank, constructive, and fruitful engagement. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, BS. We're going to go for an opening remark. To do as the panelists on Honorable Moses Asanga, who is the board chair for the Public Utilities Regulation Commission.
So, thank you, moderator. Fellow commissioners, I stand on the protocols by the DS, so I will not go through my list. So it's been a long time since I've been on programs, but again I've been recycled to be on program again. Yes. So as I said, I'm standing on the protocol of the PS with the executive secretary, and that's the equivalent of a CEO in the normal institutions. We are supposed to have a chairperson for the stakeholders committee. She's in the person of Naraya Chankwa, who is a presidential staff. For some other reasons, she should be a bit late. But all that I want to let you know is that you are our audience, you are the public, you are the leaders of industry, you are the leaders of market, and the other day we had the opportunity to meet the National Security Council, including the National Security Coordinator. So you coming here from the security, you have done this great favor, and we are happy you are here. It means that you're taking this whole assignment very, very serious. Now, the format for the day is that we have the utility providers. They are going to tell us what they plan to invest. They are going to tell us how much money they need. They are going to tell us at the end of the day what are their challenges. They are also going to tell us why they need that money. But they haven't said that doesn't mean that it's fair. It is you who then interrogate them, and then when they give you responsible answers, then at the end of the day, whatever the TURC comes up, it's a tariff or what we call a price, then it will be a consensus. And then we will be the people to defend it and to say that yes, we were there, and this was our position, this was the position of the utility providers, and then the arbitrator, which is TURC, this is what they have come. So I would want to thank all of you for being here. And let's be very open. When we went to national security, we really, really fired them. So today is your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, some bit of acknowledgements. We have here from the police, Ghana Police Service, Michael K. Owen, for the give us a wave. Thank you very much for coming. We have John Akafu, for the give us a wave. Thank you very much also for the Ghana Police Service. We have Florence Adete, Okai Adete, give us a wave. Thank you very much, madam. We have Okai Eugene, also here with us from the Ghana Police Service. Then we have Christina Akin, also here with us. I don't know if I got the name right. Thank you very much. Welcome. Also from the Ghana Immigration Service, we have Anthony Okan. From here, can you give us a wave? Thank you very much, sir. We have Superintendent Joyce Mawina. We here with us. Thank you very much, sir. Madam, we have Superintendent Rose Chamber also here with us. We have Superintendent Rosemary Ofori also here with us from the Ghana Immigration Service. Thank you very much. And then we have Dr. Accra Namiche, President of the Hoteliers Association of Ghana, also here with us. Will you give us a wave? Thank you very much, sir. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, we would like to go for the first presentation of the day. And I'll call on the VRA to do us the honors. Let's welcome the VRA.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, all protocols observed.
Now he wants to sit here and do you know neighbor. They want that yes, every day one is because he wants to see the street bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Ivan So Amesa,
principal economic analyst with the VRA, and doing the presentations today on behalf of management. With regards to this, an outline, what we want to take you through is first, we want to discuss when the tariff was given to us in 2022, what have we been able to do in terms of our operations? So we'll take you through that. We'll also take you through future investment plans that we have. We'll also take you through what we call mini grid proposal, and then we'll tackle our main tariff proposal with regards to hydro and thermal generation. Next. Okay. I'll try my best to make it as practical as I can. And probably provide analogies just so that we'll be on the same page. With regards to some critical projects that we've done over the years, 2022 to 2025, the first project, which is our sea water rivers and osmosis project that we undertook for our thermal plant in Accra. What we did is show level power supply to the power plants for our combined cycle operations. What this means is that, just to give an analogy, when you have a vehicle, let's say a 21 gallon, it's supposed to take me, let's say, 2 kilometers. And there's an equipment that you can attach to the whole engine of a vehicle, like a car. Let's say you use water, and when you use that 1 gallon to generate, it will take or make use of the exhaust as well, and then propel the car to go another distance. So in this case, we are using water from the sea, and it's being processed, and then it's used as part of another turbine to generate more electricity. So we realize that with this kind of projects, when we took this project, it's ensuring that there's water supply of about 3,000 cubic meters of water every day for this combined cycle operations. And what this will mean for the consumer is a reduction in cost, because it's going to reduce our cost of operations as well. So our projects have two main goals: one, to reduce the cost of operations, and also to ensure power supply reliability. So I'll take the third one, which is the relocation of our battery. It's now our muscle thermal power plants. For reliability of supply, we moved one of our plants from Tariff to Kumasi, to our muscle specifically, so as to improve the voltages at the middle belt of Ghana, and that cost us about 28 billion US dollars. So this was to ensure that we have a reliable power supply in the middle belt of next case. Also, to ensure that we do not pass on our inefficiencies, there was a need for us to upgrade our interconnection, the metering facilities at our connection points for the power plants at Tema and then Amwazi. So we upgraded what we call the flow meter. We upgraded the flow computers. These are all supposed to ensure that we have accuracy in billing, accuracy in gas accounting. And so this project has also been undertaken next year. So over the years, BRA has a lot of money also in maintaining the integrity of the dam. I'll not bore you with so much projects. We'll just take the last two at this slide. And the third one, which has to do with the restoring the integrity of the spillway. So we had a spill in 2023. The rock mass at the base of the spillway got compromised, and so we needed to reinforce it again. And so we are adding more layers of rocks here to solidify and control the spill in the event that there is any spill. And this project is what we've done the third phase. We look forward to doing the second phase. And the fourth one is also to ensure power reliability. And so we want to procure a new transformer, a spare transformer at Kusumo generating power station. Next, please. The fifth thing, which is on the current screen, has to do with protection equipment. We are talking about circuit breakers. Currently, we have circuit breakers at the switchyards or Brico, but should those fail, it will come directly to our generators at our power plants.
And what this means is that when you have a generator going down, you're going to have an outage. The downtime is going to take a long time because these equipment are not on the shelf. It takes time when you procure and for it to be manufactured and get delivered. And so when we do not do these projects in particular, you realize that should there be any disturbances on the grid and the critical circuit breakers fail, they come directly and it will take us about 1 year, just to, much more about 1 year, just to get new generators for the power plants. Next, please. With regards to thermal generation, the KTPS power plant at home is due for major maintenance. So it has, we have a number of run hours that this power plant is supposed to go through. It's gone through it, and we want to replace the parts and do a major maintenance. And so those are for the three projects that you see on the screen. This may interest you, but we have a facility as well at the Boise, which we call the SPM. The idea of the SPM is to ensure fuel security. Currently, we have only one pipeline supplying gas to the thermal plants in Boise. Should there be any disruption in gas supply, you realize that it leads to major outages in Ghana. And so, when this facility called the SPM is rehabilitated, it ensures that there is fuel, liquid fuel available. It will receive the liquid fuel at the ports, and then it will ensure that the supply of liquid fuel for power generation as well. Next, please. For the first time, we are introducing what we call the mini grids to stakeholders. The mini grids currently are a way that the government wants to ensure electrification in Ghana. Currently, access to electricity is about 89.5 in the country, and the 10% that do not have electricity, there's a 15% of them which are found on island communities. And these island communities, you can't necessarily take a full grid or transmission network to them because you have to go through the water. It's a lot of investment. So the government wants to use what we call renewable mini grids to reach out to these communities as well. So VRM has been mandated to take charge or be responsible for the operation and maintenance of these mini grids. Currently, proposal. We will also walk you through how we utilize the last tariff that we were granted. And then we will look at projects that we submitted to PRC for inclusion in this particular tariff proposal. And we will look at the tariff proposal itself. Yeah, so, by way of education, this is what RICO does within the electricity valuation. We have the gas suppliers, power gas, GNPC, and then the utility partners. And then we have the generating companies, with VRA being the biggest of them. And then we have the independent power producers who generate the power for RICO to transmit at high voltages and then maintain the transmission grid. And then we would dump these power at our various substations of ECG, NECO, FA power, and then other bulk consumers to pick up at our power supply points or substations. So that's what we basically do. And in doing this, we operate a network that consists of over 6,700 circuit kilometers of transmission lines that goes to several terrain. It's interesting to note that about 80% of our lines go through the forested area of the country. And what we will have to do consistently is to clear these roads so that we can have a smooth access to the transmission line. Why do we want access to the transmission line? In the case of bringing or even for maintenance of components of our lines, either the insulators or the conductors. The conductors are the wires. I'll try to use very supportive words. The conductors are the wires. And then we have the insulators in the round or ring like things that hold the wires. And these are our towers, what we usually will call high tension. So what we are starting with mostly is for us to clear our transmission lines, be able to decongest our right of way so that we have access to the right of way. We have a lot of human activities that affect our operations, and every time, can we go back? We will have to conduct public education, we will have to clear the encroaches on our right of way. One, to make sure that we are protecting lives and property, because if a line should drop, it is going to electrify the whole region where the line drops. So we have to make sure that we clear the transmission line and then all other infrastructure of these enclosures. If you are unable to do so, we will have a situation like what you are seeing on the screen. This happening where we have a slum village somewhere around the traffic road, just called Pickle. We had a lot of people have made this and there was fire outbreak that affected the transmission line, and some of our insulators. As I said, the insulators are the ring line things that go the conductors, the lines, and it caused an outage. Now, the vastness of our operations usually implies that if there's an outage, a false outage on the transmission line, it affects several regions. So you have a substation like the Chimota substation, that's a substation around you, very close to the rest. This serves the eastern part of Accra. And then we have a substation like the Accra is the one at Trasaco. So when these stations go off, it affects almost the entire region. And so we are always very concerned about these activities. So these are the reasons why we will have to step up our operations. Usually, we would not be concerned much about the activities in the urban areas that affect our operations because if you look at how the they are made to avoid heavily populated areas, but occasionally we have to do this within the cities. And then we also have illegal mining in areas affecting our we would clear the path for us to have easy access to the mines. And once we clear the path, we have illegal miners now making their living out of our efforts in making mines access. And we have to spend money to do what you're seeing on the right side, where we secure the perimeter around the transmission tower. We have close to 70,000 towers dotted across the country. So you can imagine if you will have to secure the perimeters around all of these towers, how much this will cost. So we have these operational challenges that have increased our cost of operations since the last tariff review. Then, another reason why we are also having this engagement with you is for us to enhance our reach. We are public utility, and it's expensive for us to contract commercial loans to take our project. If we were to contract commercial loans to our projects, trust me, the cost of electricity will be very expensive for all of us. And because it's a public utility, affordability is very cheap, right? So what we have traditionally relied on for investment in the grid are concessionary loans. But you agree with me that they are not easily accessible. And what we have discussed together with the regulator and several other stakeholders, we look at other options of funding the investment in the grid. So this time around, we want to make sure that our books are good enough to attract any investment either through a PPP agreement or even if it's going to be with any other government institution through which we have either officially that scheme or any other model that the digital market. So because of the financial constraints, we are here to table this proposal for you so that we'll have a tariff that is cost effective for us to recover. Yes. This is a technical, I will try to break it down. Now, the picture on the left side shows, so this is what we call the heat map. The picture on the left side shows the situation of the transmission system during off-peak hours. The off-peak hours are during the daytime when consumption is the lowest. Ideally, most part of it should have been blue. But you can see on the western and the eastern sides that there are some red patches. The western side where we see these red patches, Saloso, and then on the eastern side we have KJV, that is being 62.8 kilowatts. We are required to provide the voltage within about 158 minimum and then up to 161 kV. But then we see that in places like the during periods where the consumption is the least, we are recording below the target of 161 kV. Now, what this means is that when the voltages are poor, we are unable to run devices that have coils or that have motors embedded in them. And so once voltages are poor, you realize that your devices will be harmed and even affect your devices. And the peak period. The peak period are between 5 p.m. through to midnight. That's when electricity consumption reaches its peak. And you can see that most part of the grid tends to the voltages during peak periods are really bad. In Asawenso, we are recording 138. If we thought the voltage during peak, off-peak was bad, you can look at the situation during peak period. And look at KGB that goes below 40 during peak period. We have common room. And when we mention these applications, we are not telling towns, we actually serving regions. So you have common room serving most part of the Ashanti region. You have the massive substation as well, supporting with the supply within Kumasi and Greater Kumasi. You have the Yendi substation, which is very critical for regions such as the northern Savannah, Oti, and then the northern part of the northern region. So what we're seeing at Yendi makes voltages on the eastern corridor very bad. So from Yendi through to Sanaga all the way to voltages are very bad, below 150 kV during peak periods. So we have designed some projects that will correct these poor voltage profiles in these areas that we're talking about. And it's critical that we do this now, looking at how this is affecting existing industries and businesses. And if we also want to drive development in a spatial way, we need to look at the enhancements that we have to do to our assets to correct these poor voltage profiles so that businesses can thrive in these areas. Yes, sir. So we have these projects designed for us to correct these situations that we mentioned, especially the poor voltage. On the eastern side of the map, you can see a ring from the OT side all the way down to the Volta region. That part of the country is served by a 69 kV line, and that is the lowest voltage we have on the grid. So already by design, the voltages there are low, and we need to upgrade that line from 69 kV to 161 kV, so that we can have existing industries and then the residential consumers having voltages that will be able to drive whatever needs they have for electricity. Then on the middle part, we will also have an additional 330 kV line, and that's the highest voltage we have. So the 330 kV line will ensure that we have stable voltages in areas where the line will traverse. So this will run from Kumasi through Kitako all the way to above. No protection for that. An additional redundancy. So we need a redundant line to complement what we have there so that if we lose that critical line, we have an alternative throughout the power. So these are the projects that we design. I'll not bore you with all the details, but in total, we are seeking close to $1 billion over the next 5 years to collect this and then make the necessary investment. Yes, so approximately that 1 billion. These are the details of this. So there are 15 key projects that we submitted to the PURC. These projects will be deployed at various parts of the country. You can see that 330 kV will be third bulk supply point in Kumasi. My colleague from PRA mentioned the relocation of the very plant to Kumasi. What that did was to improve voltages in Kumasi. Once we corrected the poor voltage profile in Kumasi, we unleashed a new layer of consumption. And so that improvement is gradually being included. We need to enhance the voltage situation in Kumasi. And then once that is done, it also improves the voltage profiles beyond Kumasi all the way to the north. So if you look at project number 10, you see an equipment called the SBC, starting power compensator. That is what provides an additional reactive power. Reactive power. In the generation of electricity, we have active and reactive power. The reactive power is necessary for voltages to be stable. So we will put two of these devices, 3 kilos, Accra, Kumasi, and Boko to improve voltages there. This will also be enhanced by the 30 kV substation that we will. So how have we utilized the tariff that was granted in 2022? So we have improved the transformer capacities at some of the key substations where we have overloading of the system. Accra is growing in this amount. We have a substation at Nigeria, which we call, that's actually around Kasa, which we call Accra substation, having additional transformers installed to improve the capacity of that substation to serve that part of the greater Accra region. We also improve the capacity at the Kenya substation to serve part of then the smelter substation to improve voltages to serve the industrial load. We also added an additional to the Kumasi substation. Then we had two also transformers installed at our Niagara substation. Niagara is the substation closer to the this has also helped us to set all the load of demand around the upper west region and even part of the upper east region. So, this was done at a cost of $6.2 million. The next one we want to highlight is the upgrade we did. The SCADA system helps us to have a better idea of the network to see what is happening in the network at each point in time. So we did an upgrade of the network that included a backup control center so that we can have alternative to the main one that we have. And this also included an upgrade to our telecom. The transmission network house is a telecom that helps us to communicate in between substations with the generating stations and then the customers. So we have our own network that do this communication. We have an upgrade of this cost of $8.5 million so that there will be improvement in real-time monitoring and also for faults to be identified remotely. I will not bore you with all these statistics, but looking at our main tariff proposal, what Rico is proposing. What Rico is proposing is for the existing tariff of 5.9 just to be increased to 12.9 This is an increase of 1.1% in the transmission service. Let me state here that this doesn't mean that there's going to be an increase of 1.1% tariffs, but then our portion of the end user tariff would go up by this money. And if PRS was to grant this, holding all other components constant, tariffs only go beyond 11%. And if this is granted, you realize that for the next 5 years, the only time that there will have to be any adjustments more than 1% will be in 2030, if this was granted. Highlighting all of these operational and investment empowerment that we have mentioned, it's necessary that in year one we have this tariff to be able to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we move on, I'd like to do some quick introduction acknowledgements. We'll be joined by the high table by Ebenezer Bugri Afo. He's the chairperson of the technical committee at the PRC. We also have here with us Honorable Nanaya Janswa, chairperson stakeholder committee. Let's give them a round of applause. So, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, beautiful. But can you do some? What was the other talk about cheese? And the red young. The country. I want to talk about. And then we juice is here.
This is the black. Doesn't come back. This is also a step up. I'm I believe I why is the reason of growth in having good Lara or the food. You know, guessing your line over 50 kilometers out on Accra Forest. Accra Forest, you don't see the rest of us. About is in here, so that it's a how I get with that. I able to navigate let's see, so we are nature before war let's see now throughout the year said that the whole forest we there and shoot. Say in track them if you are all there. Said the daily transmission line now. Line number 3. Our trip in that offer come in substation or sell broker, sell regency in ground or then you train, really proud, this culverts and castle. Yeah, first fruits. It's the leading how yes, well, the sheep anymore than one. The other, the bottle, and tariff. They have to look at that. What's your line? For there is new lines, for there is new substations, for that, therefore, through our voltage. Why, voltage is an area, maybe that's a Canadian being a different. It's a voltage in your papa, who can so far, who freezer, or you, it's in order to improve voltages throughout the country. Say, map, to rely. You get one condition, the voltage, and also really are voltages throughout the country. And never the map, any engineers in the always observe the realities. The outline there, the field modeling, the BCC, and system, the quality, budget, see, this one church the ABI for the prayer. Now, some of them said, more a I projects or second I can just us. Yes, I mean, of course, I said this see about the same. It is to me that's kind of have nti saa project yi anaasɛ mu a woyɛ no ɛyɛ hydro portion thermal portion woka nyinaa bɔ mu afa methylation point na sɛne bibiara bɛnya kanea na wɔtumi de di dwuma sɛ wodidie wɔtumi de asɔ ne fidie wɔtumi de ayɛ wo pure water business dadaada no sɛ ɔmo yɛ biribi a yɛfrɛ no mini grids ne yɛ stations mankoma a wɔmbɛyɛ wɔ supply and I said, think I am almost all over 50 million. Some is as a second year maintenance. Nancy, some maintenance is your base. Nancy, only at the same year, another 2 years, any offer to also now, both the message, now, years as a long fashion. I don't know which one to go as for 5 years, another person, don't be a man. You now and call a yes, it's one another person. It's you have me now for my moon, removing and 9 as 50, removing 59%. The airport offer and between about our. Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to call on the next. Now, okay, so we invite the ECD to be with us because we are presentation. Let's welcome the ECD.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished component of ECG. Good morning, distinguished. My name is Moses Okili. I'm presenting on behalf of the ECG. So
So by way of an outline, I will take you to the rationale behind BCG's issue, and then the next thing we will take you to is the status of completed projects. In other words, what includes the tariff that was approved for us at the last over meeting. The next one will be the investment that were approved for us for this event. And we'll show you how annual revenue requirement and the benefits that customers will get if this tariff is approved for us. So by way of introduction, the Electricity Company of Ghana is a wholly owned government company responsible for the distribution of electricity in the southern sector. We are present in 8 regions. So we are present in Greater Accra, Western North, Central, Eastern, Ashanti, Volta, and Oti region. And in terms of customers or the population of Ghana, we are covering about 72% of Ghana's population with an active customer number of 4.8 million. Currently, our customer growth rate is 5%. But before I continue, I want to state that UPG, as I said, is responsible for the distribution business of the electricity value chain. So the two presented before me have spoken about generation. So we already spoke about generation cost. My other colleague spoke about transmission cost. BCE is at the tail end of the value chain. And we are responsible for electricity distribution and retail in Ghana. So we are the face of electricity in this country. As I said, we are not present anymore, we are in the southern sector. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this presentation relates to the cost that ECD uses for the operation of the distribution business. This presentation is not on the generation, it's not on the transmission. It is just the portion of the tariff for typical electricity bill that comes to ECD for the purpose of operating the distribution business. Okay, so currently, that portion of the electricity bill or the tariff is just 11%. And so this presentation is looking at just 11% of your current electricity bill, and not the whole customers. Now, at the last tariff that was approved for this, you see, submitted 39% of each unit of power that you consume, and the regulator approved 70%. So our biggest point is the inadequacy of the tariff that BCD is using for operate the distribution network. In addition to that, in the past 5 years, the distribution tariff has been either staying like or going down. In fact, in 2022, the regulator approved 17%, and with the automatic adjustment formula, the tariff only increased to 19%. An increase of around the same 11%. And this is woefully inadequate to continue to maintain the distribution business. And so this opportunity that we have in the major tariff review is very key for us to showcase our actual costs so that the regulator will approve for us to be able to keep the operations going on as expected. Now, in the industry, distribution usually constitutes between 30 to 33% of the accepted. This time is 11%. So we are quite below what is expected of the utility to maintain the distribution. So this is the key reason why our current proposal shows what it is by the time I finish my presentation. Now the second issue is on the approved investment that the regulator has given to ECG in the last. So in the last time, the regulator approved $409 million of investment projects for ECG. Now what this means is that the tariff that I am speaking about is used for two key things. It is the same tariff that is to be used for the day-to-day running of the business. Secondly, that is the same tariff that ECG used for capital recovery payments for investments in the network. So when we expand the network, when we improve the network, we need a return on it to be able to pay for the investment and to continue to expand the network. So these are the two main things that the tariff that ECG is used for. In the last tariff, we completed $409 million projects, $409 million. These are projects in reliability, technical loss, and commercial improvement. So at this point, what I will do is to take you through some of the key projects that ECG has undertaken in the past 3 years. So in terms of reliability, ECG has completed a number of substations and 33 kV interconnecting circuits. We've also completed the 10 kV uploading circuits during the past 3 years. Now, how did we do those things? We did all these substations to significantly improve supply reliability in the communities where those substations were completed. So as you can see on the screen, we have completed projects or substations in Udiani, Tampere, and Awasi. So this improves supply reliability in all the communities in those areas. Okay, so the next slide also is on substations. 5 substations were either reconstructed or completed. And as I said earlier, all these are aimed at improving the supply reliability. Next. Okay. So the company has also undertaken projects in system automation, and this has been done in the eastern border, Greater Accra, Ashanti, Western, and Central. Now, the aim of this is to improve operational efficiency and reduce timely remote and improve timely remote systems. So these allow us to supply the power and keep the power on at all times. Now, technical loss reduction projects. These have also been done across all our operational areas. And if you take a particular look at the supply quality in recent times, ECG has been doing practically. Now, in terms of loss reduction projects, ECG has undertaken low voltage and medium voltage extension in all 92 districts of the country. 1,858 were undertaken in low voltage network improvement. We are also undertaking 1,345 in system improvement, and we injected 347 new transformers across our operational areas. The picture that shows a typical transformer that has been injected in our patients. So commercial projects are critical to our patients because these are the avenues in which we build customers and collect revenue. Now, in the past 3 years, ECG has improved its app for collecting revenue. And by that, what I mean is that we have now put in place a seamless cashless payment system. So today, as I speak, no customer pays the percentages of ECG by cash. You have to use our payment app. These have improved our revenue collection. In addition to this, ECG has improved its billing system, and for that reason, the time for billing has improved by 40%. In total, ECG's revenue collection has increased from 82% in 2022 to 87% in 2024. Now, the commercial improvement projects are the loss reduction projects and the distribution transformer and boundary between projects. Now, these two are very key. So, in the past 3 years, this year has deployed over 1 million meters across our operational areas. Now, these meters are for new services and replacement of over 8 and 41. And actually, this is still ongoing. This time around, ECD is deploying smart prepayment meters and not the old one that we used to do. Now, this deployment has improved sales and revenue collection significantly. The other project is the distribution transformer and boundary between critical projects for ECD to measure the losses in the network and within communities and across families. And this is very critical for us so we can determine or we can come out with strategies to tackle the losses. But this is a picture of the situation of our meters before the loss reduction. This has now changed since we started the new project. And the next picture is the situation of our meter installation. Neatly done, and this helps to reduce commercial and even technical losses. So the next couple of slides show you some of the pictures of the completed projects. Now, for this particular time, the regulator has approved a number of projects for ECD in the short term. In total, the regulator approved $607 million of projects for us to undertake in order to improve reliability and quality of supply. So, as I mentioned earlier, ECD will continue to build new substations, and the new substations are planned in Brooklyn, Panso, Ontagamaso, Putunate, and Bewa. The other sub-transmission and telecommunication interconnecting circuits that were planned at the Uber substation, Naguate, Reach, Asujari, and in the Volta region. 5 projects have still been planned, so we can serve the customers. The commercial projects, ECD plan to deploy 3 million meters in the next 2 to 3 years. This is because most of our meters are over age. And now with the new technology, which is prepaid, we are trying to replace as many meters as possible. So we plan to deploy 3 million meters, smart meters, in the next 3 years. We also plan to deploy 21,000 distribution transformer meters and 620 boundary meters. ICT is another area that ECD is making big strides in order to improve our operations. Okay. So we come to ECD's annual revenue requirement. So with all that I have said, just give you an idea of the
tariff that ECD need in order to continue to operate the distribution network and improve upon the quality of power, including the investment that ECD is putting in the network. So, in fact, ECD is requesting for 64% for each unit of power that is consumed by customers in 2025. And this will reduce to 57% by 2029. On an average, ECD is requesting for 61% for each unit of power consumed. I want to take you to some benefits that customers will get if ECD is ECD gets the tariff message. So in terms of reliability, 41% reduction is planned in our country. So these are reliability metrics that is very key for quality and reliability. In terms of cycling, the plan is to reduce it by 44%. The collection, which I mentioned is 87% in 2024, is planned to be increased to 96% by 2029. We also plan to increase sales revenue by 18%, and year on year, it will increase by 8%. And we need this tariff to be able to do all of this. In terms of our operational efficiency, the company is currently implementing a year system, and by the end of this year, the implementation will be completed. What that means is that our operations will be digitized, completed, and operational costs will come down. System loss is also projected to reduce by 1% year on year during the current period. But in 2024, system loss stood at 27%. So, finally, GCD's tariff request to the Commission is to increase the tariff or the distribution tariff, the portion that goes to GCD, from the current 19% per kilowatt hour to 61%. This diagram is very important. In the past few days, we noticed that there has been some misinformation in the media about how much customer tariff will be increased. So I brought this graph to explain and to clarify that it is not true that customer tariff will increase by 225%. No, not at all. What ECD is requesting for is a portion of the tariff which is used for the distribution business. So in the first block is the current tariff after December 2024. Generation tariff is on an average 121 pesos. The transmission tariff is 8 pesos. And ECD tariff at the time was 19 pesos. So in total, 159 pesos is for typical end user tariff, or what is charged to customers on an average for each unit of electricity consumed. Now, if you keep the generation cost constant and you keep the transmission cost also constant, all that ECD is requesting for is an increase in the 19 pesos to 61. That will constitute 26% on an average for your typical end user. In terms of the distribution tariff, it comes to 222%. So it is not true that ECD is going to increase customer tariff 225%. Actually, the proposal of ECD will only increase end user tariff by 26%. The company also made some proposals to the commission. For the sake of time, I'm just going to do a few of them. So we are requesting that the residential customer category to be reduced from the current 3 bands to 2. Currently, we have 3 bands in the residential customer category. We have a light band. We have those that consume between 0 to I think 300, and those that consume about 300. We are asking the regulator to keep the light band continuous. But then, our customers to come on the one. The reason is that revenue is going to increase if we have just 2 bands in that category. And it has also an impact on our costs. Because what it means is that then we will not have to install meter for every house. Sorry, for every room or every house, because whatever you consume, the rates will be straight line. Because the only exception is then the lifeline customers, which is usually the reduced tariff or citizens or people in the lower. Now, the next one I want to talk about briefly is the introduction of public lighting tariff. Currently, there is no public lighting tariff per se. So, whatever energy that is consumed by public lighting, ECG only applies the average end user tariff to determine the sales or the consumption of public lighting. We are asking the regulator to come out with public lighting tariff so that we can probably account for energy consumed by public lighting. It will sound a bit strange, but that's the reality. The public lighting levy that all customers pay is a levy that's imposed by government, and only half of that levy comes back to ECG to cover the energy cost of public lighting. The remaining half goes to the Ministry of Finance for public light infrastructure and maintenance of public light. So only half comes to ECG to cover the energy cost. And that is it. In 2024, that half that came to ECG only covered 28% of the energy cost of public lighting. So that's the request of ECG. I think the rest are more on generation. And just to make a bit of a comment on generation. So ECG being at the tail end of the balance sheet, bills cost, and these bills cover both the generation and the transmission. So if the generation cost is not passing through the tariff completely, what it means is that ECG will have some cost in its books that no customer is paying for it. All we are requesting the regulator is to ensure that generation cost, including fuel, is passed through the tariff. Transmission cost should pass through the tariff so that when we add our distribution to it and we bill customers, we can collect the revenue and pay everybody in the electricity package. Thank you very much for your attention. So my colleague, Director of Finance, will want to present the thing in chief.
Thank you very much. I don't I'm going to easy citizens. Let's say, in kind, never we talk. Yes. Remember, okay, yeah, very expensive. ECG, is it as I say, in my career,
Second, the former customers. A poor, you move to the years. Give me a more can. And they give me a more almost one transmission, generation almost one. And then almost transit, almost one. The teacher, ma, they don't like the I mean, I come. Now, I said, okay, born up with China. Oh, my, you. Oh, I almost saw how to do. And I get you. I don't know the my way of yes, you do. They can pay it to him. Said, you are almost empty. Yeah, kind of pushing down. Oh, my 19 presidents. Yeah, and this one. And they, yeah, the more year to send 19%. Now, okay, the Bible and now the best practice, the Bible, yeah, it's shadow, yeah, 30 to 33%. Now, so, Ghana, the 11%. So, I said, yeah, there is something. You see, yes, say, almost really as you said, over here, the practice. Only almost you say, yes, now, your car will be said, yeah, what only my then I put it to me. What is the I don't get transformer, said the Lema, remember the green. If you know some improvement, Lema, yes, you don't allow any chance. In so you stop it here. So more I'm going to be an answer. How it's a movement. Sir, get home. Put back the connection. Why the first phone, any digits. Because you have to do my answer. If you need a mobile app, tell me, some of them are 2 a.m. Now that's a call. Now, about phone. You have to walk. Yes, about customers, sanity. If you mark ECG, customer service center, can be direct. And some factor and witnesses who will feel powerful. Why you be here? It is when you near man, your own mind, the guy become. That only becomes a year. You have a chance. If you say, we have 670, almost to the if you know, say, who now, that's almost to the if it's not a good year, and not a human, it's the acronym action. Anything, you're not saying now, saying to me, like I said, you're one 61 persons. And then 3 persons. And then 4 61 persons. Then 3 persons. And then 61 persons. I said, it's good. Now, now, also, body generation and transmission contact. Now, the whole increase we are looking for, that's why you get it now. 29%. Where it's really accepted to certain time of her, it won't be sad, and it's not about change again.
Thank you very much, TC. Next to present to be call on Ghana Water. Okay. If Ghana Water is already, we can call on EPC. And third power. Okay, and third power. Third power, I have about 10 minutes. If we can speak to you, then we go straight ahead.
Okay, well, it's 5 minutes. So just do some.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Henry Gordon, represents. Right. So I'll do a quick introduction. I think a lot of you might not know. We are the only private distribution company currently operating in Ghana. They are operating in the enclave, but recently enclave, and then industrial zone. We distribute energy to only the industrial entities within the countries. So our operations do not cover large areas that our brothers do. We are just within the enclave. Industrial. Okay, so currently we are taking some projects from the previous Tariff that we have been able to undertake some projects to improve system reliability and improve infrastructure. As instance, we constructed 2.5 kilometers network in our industrial zone that will serve all the customers that will be establishing the infrastructure. We have also, in that same infrastructure, included 3 auto reprocessors that will help us to sectionalize faults at a point being okay. We've also upgraded our feeders within the region to improve reliability and to also serve more customers who are established within the regions. Now, with the tariff that we were giving previously, we have been able to improve reliability. And based on that, our customers, because of the reliability, our customer base has been growing constantly. Our demand has also grown as well. So that is our demand. These ones are our energy demands. Because of the time I'm giving, so I just want to get to the end of this. All right, please. So over the years, we have strived hard to keep our losses at the very minimum. PURC has given us a target of 3% losses. As EPC, we are able to do way less than that. In 2024, we did 0.6, and we intend going forward keeping it below the 3% and roughly about 2% in losses. These are our system reliability indices. This looks at the duration of interruptions and the average duration of interruption for both customers and the system. And as you can see, they are very low as compared to the targets we are giving. And when giving the tariff that we are requesting for, is our service targets to our customers to better reduce them better than what we have currently. So as part of the project, we also want to do one of them is a telemetry project. Since all our customers are industrial customers, we have not implemented the prepayment system. Our system is postpaid. That is to allow the customers to use the energy, and at the end of the month, we bill them to pay. If you want to give them prepaid, we interrupt their services. And so what we want to do going forward is to develop a system where they can monitor their consumption in real time, know how much they will be paying at the end of the month, so they can actually project for us how much we have consumed, how much we will be paying, and that will in a way in the long run help in our collections. Currently, as you might be aware, EPC's collection is around 98%. We want to improve that by rolling out this delivery service where customers can anticipate how much they'll be consuming at the end of the month. We are also building a 9.8 kilometer double circuit line to also serve new customers that are entering the free zones. We will also, when giving the tariff that we are requesting, build a new switching station to redistribute energy to most of our high consuming customers. Within the regions, we have customers like cement, SEMA, fabrics, and their dependence on that, and the feeder that is currently feeding them is bringing on board voltage issues, which we want to correct. Building this switching station will go along with those voltage variations that we are looking to. We also want to upgrade our transformers. Currently, our total demand is exceeding our transformer capacity, which means that those have to be changed or have to be upgraded to be able to serve the customers, those high demanding customers. So, given the tariff that we are requesting, we should be able to do that to serve our customers. Now, why are we requesting for the tariff? As CBC, the private entity, we are not entitled to grants of development, so we must be able to fully recover any investments made in our infrastructure development and in our operations. So we expect that we should be able to remain operational even as we continue to improve upon our network. We should also be able to invest in infrastructure development to better serve our customers. So EPC is actually requesting for 57 Ghana pesos, representing 103%. The parent tariff or DSC1 that is attributable to our operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. What of for agree for na something say only I'm very Makuya also so on the way is industries, what is the world some features area among our in terms of reliability and industries, money and never be over so much. As said, and that's in one important. You won't get as a to a period and he said, only 2 1 television. On use some kind of monitor. And as I want to share if you get so and I will use to man they use to the salon to me. Wow. As I'm going one collection and I said, the way was sick there if you want customers from me, I also get there. And see, actually, I wanted to be with me. Said, on the more I want the demand I 57 kind of person. You and call the or have this year as an air assistant president. And see, the inner between about that's like I said, now I think I'm around, so we'll go straight in. So now I need you guys to give us your presentation. That's what I'm going to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to seek your permission to start with the system protocol. My name is Michael. I'm the chief manager of the monitoring and evaluation for Limited. I'm here with my colleagues, William Purple, Ijina Rubin, Lee Odoe, Daniel Dagu, and Brad Logan. Also, they are all managers of Accra Water Company. Thank you very much. So our outline of presentation is like this. We want to talk about actual situation, the initiatives, the last rationale for proposing the current tariff. Our activities that we plan to do if the tariff, if that is approved, and available requirements. I don't want to bore you with our statistics at the moment. Just to say that we cover the whole, especially the urban areas, and we operate about 90 systems at the moment, covering about 103 operational areas and 15 operational regions. Our initiative in the last tariff covers two main areas: our production improvements and the distribution improvements. Production improvements cover these areas: replacement of installation and rehabilitation of pumps, refurbishment of high lift bottles, replacement of transformers and switchgears, provision of maintenance on dredges, supply and installation of ABRs. And I want to be fast, so please forgive me. And so these are the production improvement that we have undertaken for the last 3 years. You can see the substance for the major medical works, manual frequency drive at IC. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see. And the documents at the WASI. Then you see our phone number comes that we set up and major new intake. The bank number goes in was also at ECBG, and then Twitter box at the West in Water. For the distribution improvement works, we spent some 82 million Ghana cedis laying about 394 kilometers of extra pipelines within our distribution networks. And at the moment, we have another 158.5 kilometers that we are working on that costs 69.22 billion cedis. And these are the pictures of what you see. For those of us in Accra by here, you noticed some 2 years ago that we were having issues with water coming from Bonn to Accra and the eastern part of Accra was having a lot of challenges, and we need to change these pipelines. We changed up 222 meters of that pipeline of 32 inches diameter. That's a huge sum cost of money for us. And if you look at some of our areas that we have this frequently that you have been complaining to us about, is because of the AC pipe, that is asbestos cement pipe that we have, which are made years ago, before some of us were born. They are no longer effective, we need to replace them, but it's this money to replace them. We are doing a lot to get this one. We've also carried out some other works with technology coming on board. We've carried out SCADA system works. We've carried out SCADA works in power region. In Greater Accra, we are doing DNAs, that is distributed areas, trying our best to localize losses so that we can attack them. And also, you notice in some of the areas that you have now that we have some new meters coming. These meters are better than the old ones. We don't be complaining about our old meters, but we now bring in meters that you will not have any issue with the quantity of water you have been consuming. So in all, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, Ghana Water Company was expected to complete some 38 projects, but we were only able to do 22. And it's ongoing as we speak is 8 of them. 8 to be done. That's where the problem is. We need money to get this. So why are we here today, Mr. Chairman? We are here, apart from the investment that we want to ensure that we are efficient, we are doing our very well. 3 things face Ghana Water Company. First one is that tariff that we had since the last constitution it has been regulated. In that, what we had last time, the average tariff was for about equivalent of 97 cents. It's in 2022. Today, the same tariff, even though PRC has been doing quarterly adjustment, it has not been able to reach that. We are now at the equivalent of 82 cents. So with nothing more to add, if we will go back to get our 2022 tariff level. Additionally, for this paper, additionally, the loans that we will be taking to do our major projects are due for payment. Either to is the government through Ministry of Finance to pay these loans. Now, with the issues that we are having now, the government is asking them to foot the bill of paying the loan. The only thing the government has to get money is getting the water and getting the revenue. We can't pay this loan for paying the current loan repayment annually is about 488 billion Ghana cedis. If you look at our revenue in total, that's by figures, it's about 2.4 billion cedis. That will be about 20.2% of our annual revenue. We cannot use that any of this part of the revenue to pay this. So we are asking that this should be back to the government for us to be able to pay. And then the most disturbing one at this moment, which we really have a lot to talk about when it comes to is the pollution of the water sources carried out by various activities, including illegal alluvial mining. Please, this is not an issue that we should take lightly. It is clearly a serious issue to Ghana. Now, let's go, please. Let's go. Please. What this is doing to Ghana Water Company is that it makes our water chemical consumption to go very high. I'll give you an example. For those of you who are coming from Western region, you know about Ghana government plans on river concern. River concern in 2009, our monthly consumption of alone is 40 bags a month. That works up to about 10 bags a week. Fast forward to 2021, the same that we have not expanded the plant, nothing has changed, the same quantity of water being produced, we were using 40 bags of the same alone to produce 10 oil. That's how bad the situation is. Getting to 2022, Ghana will not continue using its products. So we have our in 2002, coming from Tariff was somewhere around 83 million Ghana cedis. Today, we are talking about 350 million Ghana cedis to do the same. How do we cover this? It has to come to the we really have reached that we should be talking about this. Because it's not only the going to the roof, but it's affecting our equipment. So our equipment are breaking down. It is affecting the way we work. We do have to always make sure that the water we are giving you is what is potent. That's what we have a problem. We have a public equipment. So constantly we have to be monitoring this. Things that we could have done probably once in a week, we are now having to do every day, some every hour because of the quality of the water. So this same thing is affecting our what we call it, electricity consumption. Electricity consumption is going up because whatever we do at the production level, all our machines are being propelled by power, energy. So if I have to do something once a week, every day now, 7 times the cost of producing the same energy. And then is another thing. Our pumps are not designed to be pumping sandy water. So when we are now saturating this pump to pump sandy water, the life of these pumps are very shorter. In some years back, when we were not having these units, pumps that we normally have to last for 15 years, we were able to use them for about 25 years and more. Still, they were working. We were okay. Today, we're talking about this. We have to throw those pumps away. It's so expensive. Imported. None of them is producing in Ghana. And if they are not producing in Ghana, why should we be going there every 3 years to go and buy pumps which we can use for 15 years, for only 3 years? It's not sustainable. All this together, make our cost of production not only high but unsustainable. It should be this way. As far as regulation of our water is concerned, of course, you can't do all this on the landscape alone. Some many other activities of farming alongside the water bodies, which is not good farming practices, but bad farming practices along the water bodies, are all creating problems for us in this situation. So this is the impact of the landscape. This is sponsored intake from Ghana Water Company. This is the kind of water Ghana Water Company, is extracting and then to be producing for you. Just, Mr. Chairman, give me just 1 second, and let me play you this thing. This is our Miracle Headways. You are already aware that we shut down the plant. This is the reason why we shut the plant. Look at the water that is being extracted to be produced to this level that you are seeing. Very, very difficult for Ghana Water. It is not true, but this is what we are getting from Ghana. Sooner the dam is silted, we have to now spend a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen, to now dredge all this. But it is not even a guarantee that dredging this tomorrow we will not get more. So all that we're going to do is to dredge, and then within some few days it will come back again, because if activities continue, this is what we are going to see. So this is not sustainable. And we need everybody on board to help us. We will not be interested in putting this into Tariff This is where we find ourselves. Please next. So, what do we want to use the money that we are asking for, ladies and gentlemen? For all that I'm showing you as our problem, we want to be able to place some laboratory equipment to be able to refurbish our laboratories. Things that we used to do, the activities that we used to do at our laboratories, which we normally prefer to happen once in a year or twice in a year, and so we don't need to buy equipment to do. We have to now be doing it almost on a daily basis. And so we can't be carrying out these activities such as checking for memory, checking for all the heavy metals in our audit, and we send them to other people. We have to be doing them now in our laboratories. And so we need to refurbish the laboratories. The same thing, we need to construct more laboratories, but for now, we want the central one at Western regime that will coordinate all the activities in the central regime, same regime, actually area. The best is, but for now, in this proposal is a Western regime one. Production progress will also go on. Base energy, more base energy, go on. Pipeline replacement, as I said, AC lines, we are not able to finish all, we continue to remove all construction. So all these activities that we can on board if we are allowed this business. Okay, so what is then what I'm essentially asking for? We are asking the PFC to please allow us to charge an equivalent of 2,000 sachet water or 2,000 bottle water that is in front of you now, or 40 containers of yellow blocks of water, or 1 full day polytank of water. We are asking PRC to please allow us to increase the price from the current 5 cities, 28 pesos to 20 cities. Yes. If you buy sachet water, if you buy sachet water today, because you buy it at 50%, don't notice that by the time you consume the same amount of water that we are selling or we are asking to sell at what 20 cities, you will have spent on this. The same, if you were rich and you use bottled water, the same quantity, if you are buying, you are paying 6,000 cities for the same quantity. The same thing, if you and I will have to move to the next door and buy water from the grounds, and you don't even know the source of water, how water is going to that source of water, you have to buy. It's a equivalent of 40 of that. You will have paid 440 cities. If you have the polytank at the top of the provision and you ask anybody to come and draw water to it for you with tanker service, the least they will charge you is 220 cities. We are saying that we get this water to you at the cost of the same quantity at the cost of just 20 cities. And that is what we are asking. Ladies and gentlemen, please assist us to make sure that the water company is able to deliver on its mandate. Please note that as we speak, potable water is life. It's not just water that is life. If the water is full of cyanide, it's not life. The water is full of ability of over 30,000 MT, it's not life. Water that you don't know what has been put in it and go to your home without knowing where the source is coming from, it's not life. What is life is water produced by groundwater. It's certified by everybody that is potable, it's supposed to be consumed. That is life. And please, personally, to thank you very much. Sorry, we can probably will do that for me because my name is Kuche. I want to start now, we'll start invoking some deities that involve us. It's definitely not going to do it.
Thank you. I'm really your family now said, particularly to your wife, yes, sound like, yeah, indeed, yeah, lines, lines, yeah, saa pɔms ebi wɔ hɔ ma yɛsi bɛyɛ 2 years na san nso nnuru bi a 3 years na san ase ti yɛn nana bi ma yɛ san bi sika bi yɛ yɛ sɛ na de ma kɔn a fu yɛ a ne sɛ se ɔn bi sɛ ne ko bi bi wɔ ma sɛ bi yɛ ma hwɛ ne ko yɛ na nyɛ a wɔkyi wɔyɛ mo bi yɛ sɔ na sɛn bi. Yes. It is not a kind of way to and sit and wait. You have those series. They have use. But you see, I have to be going on CT. And it's important. Times I will. What you should do, I don't think it is really. Working was insurance. Therefore, if I don't get we can approve the issue, we can do 1 minute say, this one, somewhere in 1,000 liters. Another 220, I said, over yellow gallons, and I'm out for it. Another 30 what I'm doing now, I'm out. 2,000. Ghana water, who fail to serve 1,000 liters now, another 2 gallons. A pipe is 28 years. And I say, no more than 26. Now, if you fact not the machine, you're going to any here. Since a your function, if you have so now, that's never for Carlos and what else? The airport is there. I can't say, we'll give you never more ground. Yes, we.
That's in Ghana. We'll now invite Ghana Gas. Give us a very short one so that we can open the floor for questions. The team answers. Ghana Gas.
Thank you very much. Okay, so my name is Mr. Enomi Kujo. Manager Commercial Operations Gas. I'm here with my colleagues, 6 of them. We are to present our proposal for 2026, 2030, 2026 and beyond. By doing it in 3 thematic areas. And then you look at the historical factors. And then you go into the proposal you're taking next one. So Ghana Gas, our role is that we have machines that we use to process gas. We have the same thing for transporting gas. So when you process gas, you need to move it to the demand centers. So we have those machines for that purposes. We were formed in 2011 on the back of oil discovery.
and we've been providing gas and commodity for the downstream market for almost a decade. Next one. Now, in terms of the benefits, our contribution to the economy is enormous, just to mention a few. In terms of fuel savings, so if you're not using gas, what will you use? The alternative will be LCO. And then based on the analysis, at least 1.1 billion is saved on fuel. So instead of downstream paying or additional 1.1 for fuel, because you're using gas, the bill reduces by that. And of course, if you're going to import LCO from let's say Nigeria, then you have to get dollars to import. Once you're using gas from Ghana, you don't need close to $2.2 billion in importing products, whether it's gas products or LCO. So those are the kind of benefits we bring to the Ghanaian economy. And of course, we are proud to say that our operation is largely being done by Ghanaian engineers. So we started with CDB, Sinopec model infrastructure with TDE. After a certain point, Ghana Gas use our local engineers to take full and absolute control of our processes. And that in itself also saves us money, which translates into the tariff. Next one, please. Now, this is just a value chain pictorial arrangement of how the industry will regulate the gas market. The blue end you see is offshore, or let's say the sea. We have our intake gas on the raw gas, we get it from the upstream partners. It goes through a pipeline. It comes to actual home. We processing, then we send to the various demand centers as to see at the very top end. Those are areas that uses gas for power generation and for production. You see some red lines in there, those are new projects we intend to do. And we will show you how all this influence the tariff we are access for. Let's talk this. Now, over the period, this is the terms of movement of our time. We started at 8.8, and then it dropped at a certain point in time. So what it is that anytime you do new investment, you have to be taking part of the investment known as the from time to time. And at a certain point in time, when the asset has paid the capital cost, tariff drop. By this particular case, even though we made a certain recovery within the first 4 years, we haven't made a decision that the capital cost or the asset cost under the CDB loan facility should be zero. So instead of recovering that, they said they have another means of handling it. So that cost was zero in that time. The cumulative effect is that the tariff dropped to about $1. So from 8 to 1. Again, to drop to 1, they also zeroed the commodity cost. So instead of paying for the raw gas from upstream, it was also zero. I'm sure when the investments around that, you explain further. But the thing is that tariff, the thing is that the trend shows that from a high of 8.8 with 75.2, it has dropped by the period. Next one. Now, the proposal you're making, we want to say that the proposal is in tandem with the objective of the PURC. And the PURC has, you see, the executive secretary and the commissioners here. They are the vanguard of making sure that the balance between the investment we make in terms of what goes out. So these are some of the objectives that the PURC has set for us, and on the basis of those, we proceed to make a certain presentation of what we call proposal to the PURC. For one principle that is driving our tariff and beyond is the need for investments. So we need to invest so that we can continuously provide the services you have provided for the Ghanaian people. The next one, please. Now, after the tariff was given in 2022, so like you may be aware, the tariff is done over 5 years. What happens is that after 2022, we made a certain investment. So we got a tariff of 1.08 there. The paid other investment that we have to recover. So one of them is what we know as the product cooler. Others ones are the particulate filter. So for those who are technical inclined, you will notice that we have a certain sort of that is not key components of the gas. So we need to filter that through. So you have to do a certain investment in there. There are other investments that we can to ensure that your coolant operator provide reliability. And if you look at the reliability of the port, we sit above the 95 threshold. We are moving close to 99 threshold, 99% threshold. So these are the kind of investments you need to do to ensure that you have reliability and be able to fulfill the mandate of the company. Next one. Now, this particular slide speaks to the core costs. What goes into the tariff? So you notice that on the far right, on the far left, the bar chart you see there, that's the movement of our costs over the period. Now, that movement mimic or reflect the cost of service we provide over the period. So how is it going to move over the period? We are moving from about 262, then it goes to 270, and then it goes over the period. Now, all these numbers you see here are not numbers that are imaginary. It is based on what you've done in terms of the costs that you require to recover in order to do our work. So you notice that in terms of the graph, the growth pattern, it's one of a natural growth. So we don't see any exponential growth in the cost that we presented for our tariff. Next one. Because of time, I'm really running through faster. Now, I mentioned earlier that we want to move from our existing tariff to a new tariff. And you see two bars there. The first part of the bar has to do with the asset. So what asset do you have in our books? That forms the basis of our regulatory asset base. So the deep blue bar you see there is the asset. Okay, so this is purely the tariff we are looking at. So you have three categorization. You have gathering, you have processing, and you have transmission. Now we are showing you the proposal you made to the PURC. You see the small bar on the left, the first two. You notice that the line blue has shifted downwards. What that means is that because of increased flow on the gathering line, so the gathering line is the first pipeline that connects to the FPSO upstream. So that line has a certain capacity. When the flow, the volume of gas that moves on the line increases, price drop. When the cost component also reduces, price drop. In this particular case, the gathering line is moving from 11 cents to about 6 cents. So you notice that there's a decline on the tariff we are proposing for the gathering line. However, in terms of the other two services we are providing, processing and transmission, processing is moving from 30 cents to about, if you could zoom out a bit, about 84, I think 84 cents. And then in terms of transportation, that's when the gas has changed from 8 natural states to a linear, which the power plant and industry use. When you are transporting that gas, today the tariff is about 72 cents. We are hoping or we are proposing that should move to about $1.30. And then the left side, the right side of the chart shows you how it's going to grow over the period. It is important to emphasize that these numbers you see here can change depending on upstream activity. So there's an inverse relationship between the profit that goes into the tariff and the volume of gas. So when we hear that we are discovering more gas, and if those gas are going to be processed or transported through this infrastructure, that can lead to a reduction in the tariff. Next one, please. Now, I've mentioned the justification for what we are doing, but just to summarize it, one of them has to do with cost recovery. I think the issue is not. One of them has to do with the cost recovery. It
if we reinvest, we need to recover. So at the end of the day, anybody putting his or her money into the gas infrastructure can make some gains. Of course, there are new investment we need to do. One of them is the GBP2. I'm sure you've heard it over and over again. Another of them is also the compressor station. The compressor station is like a booster station. We need that to be able to move more volume of gas. So that's another investment we intend to do. Another one is to do the TT line. If anybody should do empirical studies of the impact of the Western Corridor infrastructure pipeline, you will notice that because of that pipeline, industry like EDT were not in Ghana, quite especially in Ghana. So the danger is that you the TT line from Accra to Central. It goes through the central line all the way to the eastern corridor before it terminates in Central. A lot of industry will be given opportunity to use gas, which is a cheaper fuel compared to the others. Of course, there are regulatory obligations that we also have to perform in terms of tax payments. All that form parts of the time we are proposing. So these are the specifications that we have submitted in lieu of the time that we are proposing. Next one, please. Now, sometimes we do not do this comparison, but because it's a public engagement, we try to give this information so that we are able to compare. So we know the expected limitation when it's comparing devices because the parameters may not be the same. However, with gas and crude, there's a standard of comparison. It is known as the DOE. Now, all that this has to do is that assuming you are not going to use gas, and you are using other commodities, like let's say crude oil or HFO. Now, what is the price to be within? And you notice that the big group you are paying, if you like, for 4 of the big bars. And that's the advantage of using gas for the services that we do, whether for power generation or for industrial purposes. The BOE shows that no matter how you look at it, gas obviously gives you the best of price of the vessel. So the next one is, let me see the last one. So all in all, what we said so far is that our current tariff of 1.1 should increase to 2.1. In terms of percentage, 1.1 to 1, they are decimal, so it's supposed to be 1.0821 to 2.18. So they are decimal. When you do the percentage changes about 97%, you are asking for 97% growth in the tariff. And the reasons are those that have already elucidated. So on that note, I want to thank you. Our chairman will help us with that.
Thank you very much. It's a document that we na Yakobo nyinaa sɛ ɔmo nyinaa sɛ ɔmo nyinaa sika yɛahyɛ ɔmo nyinaa na sika to hyɛ ɔmo a sɛ ɛsɛ ɔmo nyinaa ɔmo wɔ so ɔtumi bi ahyɛ ɔmo nyinaa ɔmo tu nkɔm na ɔmo kɛse ɔmo tumi ayɛ processing plant 2 GPP 2 ɔmo kɛse sɛ adesɛ ɔmo da bɛto ɛyɛ bureau ɔmo ti tu mu a ɔmo tumi esi saa processing plant. And we said process stations, and so to be ideas not one of between us. We said TT line, where the fee is a web to the fee that was so to be a person. And see the moon, the one you had said, they are how much of the you call some. Na tumi aboa ma ɔte ahyɛde a the other two of the APRs and the heavy is 1 to 2.1 in terms of education. But I'm saying really will do the vaccine and then we can offer the see the floor is open.
Floor is open, but you won't be much the year of feedback. It's your name and where you are coming
Thank you very much. Right, more and the assembly member of Arena and the presiding member of this. Let me recommend the organizers of this program. Anything you have a similar one, a similar house, greater. My prayer is, as a family member who represents the community,
Me and the white.
when you talk about governance,
Fine.
this is participatory.
Fine.
But most of the time, some of these social service committee, they don't attend
Yeah.
because they are supposed to CG and other is supposed to attend. So now that we are here, my question is, Ghana water. Anytime there's development, you don't send some of your services to the new developed area. But you wait until the community organize themselves to provide some money before you send service to them. When you look at the ECG, they normally see the need to transfer whatever they say to the community before something. And this issue on 22, in connection with the safety that the Ghana Water should practice. We should go to the community, see the community who are in need of water transfer instead of waiting for the community to organize money to do the service. So why are you not doing activity? Thank you very much.
That's possible.
Good afternoon. I'm from my question goes to my question goes to ECG, VRA, and Greco. They all want to have an increase in their tariffs, or they want money. My question is, the money given to them, how do they give us value for money? And who audits them and make sure that they give us efficient uh, uh, job, or they give us value for money on what they do? And why should we give them money on what they are doing? And my second question is, do hello? Second question. Hello. My second question is, we are cool and ECG. They all give us power, but we didn't have a source for the power. Can you provide us?
No. Do they have a source of storing power, like station where the pump or company?
Last question. You all want money, but you are not thinking about the consumers. I have a suggestion for that. We all consume power, but there is solar energy, which is available that consumers can use because there is load of ECG, RICO, and PR. So if they can take that load from them, it can help them either to export that energy or to use it for industries can use those energy. Like if the government can subsidize or take taxes or import duties on solar panels, batteries, and inverters, so that it can be cheaper. So that it can be cheaper for everybody to afford. If I have a solar panel in my house and I use a solar panel, I can go off the ECG grid and I can reduce the burden on ECG so that ECG can manage what he has so that the ECG can come down. So, look, negotiate for increase tax or increase money.
Thank you very much. Please, when we get a mic, don't have all the time. Let me brief. And just know that the questions should be directed to the service provider, not the chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thanks to our organizers for this program. My name is Honorable Vice the Assemblywoman Abokobi. My first question goes to Almighty DG. Concerning the presentation you gave, you mentioned about changing postpaid to prepaid meters. As a decision maker in the community, we are the first contact whenever these challenges. And if everybody will bear with me here, these issues are so dear to all of us. And they started an exercise which is going on, which is bringing conflicts in my election area, especially. I want to find out how do they do their communication? How do they want us to accept them to come out with good work for ECG? How do they engage family members to be able to work gently with them? My last question goes to Greg. You gave us your picture, and I saw your challenges. One has the engagement. We all know all high tensions are very dangerous. We are not supposed to be working under them or even get close. I think the picture, a high city in this level where somebody has been coached in high tension. And what measure are you putting in place? Because I know prevention is better than cure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prophet Ismail, and I'm coming from the Abesu community, the North municipality. I have two main questions that I want to ask, and it goes specifically to the representatives of the ECJ. Now, my first question is, per the presentation, I gathered that there are some charges that do not pass through the tariffs that are mostly care from the operations of the GRA and RICO. Now, my first question is, who pays for these tariffs? Or who pays for these charges that do not pass through the tariff process? And then the second question, when the public license tariff that ECJ is proposing, I want to ask who pays for it? And is this also going to be part of the 61 personal increments that they are requesting for, which is part of the 25% overall increment they are asking for the period? These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Initially, I intended that microphone was not sitting here because I tried to probably understand the presentations that were actually being made, because you see nice presentation, but when you come on the ground, you realize that it's totally different. And that is the big gap between the elites and the illiterate. Please, ECG, I want to find out, although we are talking about a national issue, I want to zero it down to my local area. Oh, the recent times we've been in the news, and I want to find out, ECG, how do I tell the people in Go that regional office handles license system, that on Thursday there was everywhere a pool fell. For 3 days, we kept on calling on ECG to come and even send off the parents. They never mind us. It was a casualty. ECG came on the 4th day. We want my people in Go to pay extra, where the conductors over there are contacted, where we have about 23 homes that we have presented to you years ago for you to come and change. Bosses of ECG, if Mabra reports to you that they have changed homes in Go or conductors in Go for the past 20 years, I'm telling you today, they are telling us we are actually suffering. Today, after sitting here, I have been called like 3 times that there are 2 people that have gotten rotten. The conductors holding it up. And have gone to ECG. We've spoken with so many of them, engineers, actual engineer, government. They all kept telling us that they are pushing through on your platform. People are saying that they have interest. That is why they are pushing for. I don't know how I'm going to hold a community engagement to tell them, let's accept the increments that you are calling for. So I'm sorry, we can't accept. Then, Ghana, we are in Go. For good 2 years, we've not gotten water. You've always given the excuse that the hammer is on our land. It's on our line. The B5 is on our line. And for that reason, we are not getting the water. As we decided to demonstrate, and the president now is the listening, now the president has a listening president. These things and he acts on it. We want to demonstrate today to go pay the power right in front of the police station. We want to tell them that for the next 2 good years, we have water and we take the prices from getting out. Any protest we're going to pay you. I want to tell you today, I have 5,000 that have been receiving bills from Ghana Water. And they got the top of water in that time. And you want us to pay and this is an agreement. Please come pay. We are having a lunch from our city, not from the Western region that got probably the landscape or water conditions that we get. How do you also treat us? That we are checking on people for not able to read and see. Please let's come again. And I would love to meet the bosses of ECG and Ghana Water because of the way they are treating people. ECG always tells us that it is only 2 years ago that when they have issues, they go there to resolve because when they come and look at people will not give them anything. And we have audio evidence because I'm not telling them that for them, and that is the common dynamic. So please, let's come again. Thank you.
My name is Ian. We are asking for influence in charge, and we all know that you keep on changing regions of the region, and this meter when it comes to the nation, some of the leakages and all that. Currently, ECG is bringing new meters. And we know that in our various communities in our we know that there are a lot of leakages, power leakages, critical connection, and ECG is not. I know, but I feel they are not really focusing on that area. Increase tariff on the poor people. So, repeat, what are the measures that you are putting in place to mitigate some of these things? Because we always come to talk nicely and the problem remains the same. So, what is the action you are putting in place so that you work on these things that are going on? Because I believe that when these things are being affected, at least this information happening. This leadership will help to resolve all of these issues. So what are you doing about it? And to people, what you showed earlier on the picture, I don't know why we have to sometimes wait so that people will engage your battles before the group of solution. Because if after people engage you, now you need money, and you are not making money. So what are the measures that you are putting in place to avoid some of
Can we hold on and answer this question so that after the first batch of answers, then the rest will also come. So please, you can sit in front. So can you please start answering? You can come up here with your team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think 2 questions for Ghana Water. The first one was about extension to new areas. And the second one is about water shortages in the Bobo. And the problem we have as a company also comes from an issue of how communities are developed. If the community is well structured and developed, it makes the work easier. Our pipelines are to be very. You go to these new communities, you can see that there are dotted houses all over the place. You can also tell me clearly that most of them, we don't know how clearly the place is. We get to our colleagues in land use department, and they are not able to give you plans that shows clearly where we're going to have, easy access to be able to put our pipelines. Sometimes, we have to speak now. Some of the problems in what we have in the ones who were well to do forced us to bring water to those areas. Later, added from the same neighborhood and putting for those ones because when we belong to them. They don't need inform us so that we can mitigate the arguments. So it's becoming a difficult job for us to go to these areas. But when we notice that the clear cut, of easy access, we begin to go there. It's a bit different from my colleagues from ECD, where you can clearly see that schools, where it's coming from. And so it's easier for everybody to, know that where they have put their schools, you will not be able to go there. Even that we are not in the same community. I'm seeing people who's saying that where they look around, some of these schools, and this year to come in to remove and all that. It's not that easy for Ghana Water to do safe. So that is why we are not able to come as quickly as we have expected us to be. Please, we really wanted to serve you this years at this operational challenges. The area from home, it's really people actually, I think people for some time. So I think we are saying the issue is about who can afford pressure to enter home. Who is here, and then we have the industries that are in front of home. The pipeline that is serving the township has also the industries of it. Once we started using and drawing more, it fits the consumptions of the pressure filter. And so we have done several ways, but who take up your number, I don't agree with my will come and then speak to my engineers and see how best we are able to lay on online to be able to set, use issue of the industries flowing, your water is. But you can also understand that for us to get the same place, taking line all the way to go and not selling anybody around the line is what a very expensive investment. And so we always have to be weighing the cost benefit and be able to work with it. So we are very sorry that you have this phenomenon. These are the two problems. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we want to respond to the Matthew we have strategic bodies. So we have strategic bodies like SIGA, Energy Commission, and also PRC that carry out several. In fact, the project that we did based on the last time PRC came around to a very detailed audit of all that we did. Apart from that, of course, Energy Commission is there and SIGA is there to provide to us responsibility for the streets. On the issue of solar storage. Okay, so let me take the storage here. Whether or not we have the use of storage here. So technically no. So as for the electricity, what is generated is generated and consumed at the same time. As we are generating, somebody is consuming. If generated, no one consumes it. If it is generated, no one. So technically, we don't store electricity. But currently, we have technology breakthrough. We have great scale battery banks that can be developed. Currently, their prices are very high. So we hope that we can find pricing up. On the solar technology, yes, this is a policy issue. It's clear that in the here, you will take it out to the further decentralized electricity generation. So some of the benefits you achieve.
the question of is really talking about the right of way encroachment and so wanting to know why drafting measures are not taken. Yes, we do. We have teams that do community engagement. We go around to educate people on the hazards of occupying our right of way. In some instances, we have had to engage the people to resettle elsewhere. The law allows us to do what we do. Any land within 100-meter radius of extension line is an asset of people. So once you are occupying it illegally, because we know that there are a lot of security implications in all of this, and then also we need to have a human face what we do. We rather educate people before there's any possible relation from these right of ways. So that's always the last resort. And we found that a lot of support from the security agencies in doing this. Just yesterday, after several months of engaging the community in Sunyani about this, we had national security helping us to undertake this exercise. It's usually the most difficult part of the work. Well, do this to save life. So we are very proud.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Lee and from BC. And I'm going to answer two of the questions. One is on community engagement on Accra. So I just want to explain that within the digital video program, we have PRO in all of our regions. And within these regions, it also communicates with our customers within our various districts. Within the districts, we have WhatsApp groups, we have parents, we have community engagement. So for instance, in the of the district, we have a WhatsApp group. We have scheduled engagement with the various communities. So I would kindly request that if you are an opinion leader, an assembly member, and you are not within of these groups, kindly get in touch with us so that we can speak your details and group you as part of our various. The issue from food, I've already had conversations with the assembly member, Honorable Richard Tete. We have received the request and it has also been processed. And we hope within the next few weeks to get these schools in place. So when you Honorable Richard Tete agreed from food, coordination, you get them, you help us. You have the media, you onye kan akeshi abi issue na wonye o ai place o actually who say ni anyone ke o na bi ni e actually nkele every what exchange telephone numbers ni e ani ni ma akeshi and we community engagement in 2 weeks or so. Any formal invitation, only Nigerian during their community engagement, accepted the invitation. So I'll do it. Thank you very much.
And on the question of trailer, and who pays for charges that you know have. So for the discourse, the tariffs that are approved for fuel to generation, to transmission and distribution is what we bring to you as the end user in terms of the cost of service along the value chain. Everything will be those costs. Now there are other categories of charges that are on top of the electricity bill. Public lighting levy, national electrification levy. Now these are government levies which were put on top of the electricity bill by reason of an act of parliament. So those levies are coming back to electricity because of the energy sector levies act. I think for commercial customers too, there are some category of customers that pay, but most of residential customers don't pay for that. For street lights, as I said, the street light or the public light levy is a levy that is imposed by government. And that same act defines how that money should be used. So ECD is only a collecting agency for tax. So when ECD collects that money, the money, half of it is paid to the Ministry of Energy. The remaining half is retained by ECD as I said, to cover energy. And what ECD is requesting for, it is not about you paying more on public light. We are only asking the regulator to give us a rate that will determine the energy consumed by public lighting, will be able to determine the value of that energy. So it's not asking you to pay more. And the question on the audits of utilities and who controls the utility is controlled or it's monitored by FICA. PURC uses the idea is because they are the ones, they are economic regulators. We also have a technical regulator who is energy commission. But just as the PURC has got their offset for appearances, they go around operation confirm that projects are projected indeed were done across our operational unit. So we have finding that the economic and technically regulated check. There is one more question on the
Thank you. Power leakages and what is used to address illegalities. But the issue of guarantee, the more we do, the more people also try to advance. ECD is doing a lot to measures we put in place. If you have realized recently or for the past few years, you see us visibly on the ground. We are visiting customers house to house. The essence are single posts. The main one is to increase our revenue connection and also to identify inequality and to recognize. So out of this, we were able to identify about 6,000 consumers actually being built, and we recognize almost all these customers, and now we are building them. Again, we also have a unit called loss control unit. Their main function is to identify illegalities and set them and regularize, and they are doing this exercise vigorously. We also have a prosecution unit, but we even have special courts, on 60 days to give applications on poverty. So we have that units prosecuting people who we identify with illiteracy. Also, we also have 6% informants. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're able to see anybody involved in ECD illegality, give us the information, we are the person, we recover the amount, we pay 6% of the amount to the informant. So this is also a source of income. I want to believe that some of you don't want anybody to know that you are here, you are benefiting, it's an ask for somebody to testify. We have people, we are paying on the basis. One to be there. Yes, and there's no way we can figure out that things like that person give the information. While we have the information, we leave the person aside, we go to the place, identify the person, we set up the person, and we find the person one. Yes, sir.
We are also very much interested as you. Let me make it 10 minutes.
Thank you. Your consideration will be given at the end of the
Say something, say something. Yes. Your cover will not be long. We can always go there. We go on to the next set of questions.
Honorable Israel. You ask that because you more. Okay, but the Honorable Israel for over electoral area, unit committee member there, and then they were mobilizing all the unit committee members across the country. So now we have a situation of unit committee members. Now, when that you ask us, because you don't want to move person also. Now, our community might get engagement. So I want to assure ECG, any other water, we other ones they said, our board, national association of units committee members, you don't want nothing. Then you have better, even generating more revenue among illegal connections, every education, you may have to agree within a short time. Government now has said, if you say to build it, if you say to get carried, therefore, now only champion, even even to be a field. You all said, young million committee members across the country, they have 45,300 our number, and we are ready. So you will be across the country. Now, challenge our facing, everything will reduce. First, I'm telling you, said, a convention, and a passport, moving wine, 1993, I am an AE. I don't know what that year. In that really, I was here moving on with my city. What for a young woman, but I was here moving on with me. Let's now. Last question. After the message produce meter. More is one of the meter and the now, what do you mean? Oh, yes, say, if you or mania, you dear one, along with police agency. I didn't think I was that matter. And then the soldier said, the thing here, the whole Syria cures beer, contain a 3 meter. Only 3 meter beer, moving to me and said, we I was one. I hope you go to school. Now, now, illegal connecting every year ago. But the woman said, we are 2,000, 3,000. I mean, they are the topic. We are very young to but very young, and using committee members, yeah, encouraging, and I'm sure, yeah, ready. Say, anyway, man, yeah, the illegal condition of the yet he never be a answer and have a year. In the young free leader, yeah, what wrong, they will be the so every day, honorable president, the government is here, every man is. Let me say, okay, give our exercise here. I'll say, machinery and house to house. Obiara should be say house to house here. Which revenue, because we are easily identified. But businesses, the big circle, we do one which are the I'm reaching you more, traditionally freezer, 3 days more because of my different area of energy, they target at the end of the month. But we have people in the business centers, Obian checking, but it is so 24 hours. We are democratic job with you. What to be so like important, but AC at their account. It's how do you get these people? Because what to be can't just say, Obia running businesses, Obia actually increment lady, fine. It's literally now, I can't be therefore, it should be instead. Somebody Obia or Yusu in Amakania, and not of this and Mama. So that's it. It's yet some easy before. Not too many anchor business centers. That is where the problem is.
No, good afternoon, before. I pray matter about it. Something for when I have to mother or market. I pray for it, and I'm not somebody. I said, the overseer, we have yes, you realize this. I'm sir, you're very for say. And sure, no, and yet, you will do at the ball of Sugar. Market for your man, yes, a band by the poor, the movie accomplice, the movie, and they see the one in one market. It's some better than Accra. Yeah, Papa, a mountain, or two went to Accra, and you and market in the manner, and 13. Cinema solo tu, e già via posto su so, e poi già non volevo form, non mai fu. Se si è life for bedroom, water company, a bedroom, over the minister. I also didn't know what they want to see, so you're one. One to like you're one. And see, you're two, maybe no should be a attitude. It will also come as to what I can manuality. Now, and sure, no, I might find then I might day. Yet me, I report to my Bia, so and one. I should wear friends and say, I'm not used to I'm not used to say. What is very who better things sure I am so I effect. Now let's now and when someone was very true, but not so long and watching. Motion already and Brahma Cafe, Market also get 200 years to be if I will be to the effect of my till say, but as the other advice, as I say, Oma and Brahma Cafe, that was.
So, my name is Hannah Penzo from National Association of Physicians and Hairdressers. Yes, ECG. We also have a problem with you because anytime you increase, it affects us seriously. Those of us in the industry, in the hair industry, though we use a lot of water, we use electricity a lot, we pay taxes, we pay council, and a whole lot. So every time there is an increment, it affects us. Now, I'm also supporting those who have already spoken about the waste in the system because the lady mentioned it. Those who occupy pure and other structures, pure and containers and all that. There are people who are actually living, residing in these containers and are working diligently and earning good money, but they just feel comfortable, pretending as if, I mean, there are nothing is, it's like a kind of cover up for them. And then you wonder when you see a meter that is not working and then they put it by the house and this teaching goes round all the time and it remains and you wonder. And at the end of the day, you come back and you're always asking for increment. And then the people who are paying, they are the same people. So I also want to play with this teaching to, set up your check system. And then with water, water, please, I want to be educated. Is it true that when taps are closed, when water is not flowing, and you turn on your tap, air enters into the pipe, I mean the meter, and it reaches. I want to know because somebody actually said water company will come who told us this. So we are always careful when the taps are not running. We don't want that kind of practice. I just want to be educated. Thank you.
So, thank you and good afternoon to us all. Okay. I recommend in my West. So my question is directed to ECG again. So we are Greco and ECG. The truth is, I will commend you for the good works. Because early this year, we experienced some power outages across. We had rumors here and we experienced it. So as compared to now, that is for some past months, we are experiencing some damage with the energy sector. And for that, I see kudos. So when it comes to the issue of revenue mobilization, you are very visible, very risky. When we have issues, any process, that's the problem. Our colleague from Ghana water, a reference that water is life. But in this present world, you can't imagine how much demand exists. So in as much as we become visible enough in collecting revenue, we believe and it's a passionate approach that you come to our aid when we need you. Reference to our powers, we have some areas like the Gilfe, Beach Road, Shipping, and there been an instance where the performance went off and for 2 weeks district manager Ruben Hammond, we call him and excuse here and there. So please, your colleague made mention of water use. You put the issue on the water platform, you read it, you can see the red. You change them and it's as if they are doing you a favor. At the end of the day, you come all for revenue. So I'm pleading. We are pleading. You do the education down there.
they make themselves visible to our issues as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very good afternoon, Madam Chair. Greetings to you all. I have a bit of a problem. We have a very nice presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have to scrutinize most of the things that have been presented. Let me start with this. The presentation that was done, they said, my name is Samuel Agri from the Food and Beverage Association of Ghana. I'm regional secretary, chairman to ACA, but I'm not here to speak. You know his presentation. Now, ACD said the 225 that they had, percentage that they are asking for is being speculated in the media. The last week when they did their own presentation by engaging the media, the public, they said 225 was mentioned, and they never refuted that. And I don't know why the public relations officer, CCG, will not come and reveal that fact. But I can tell them for a fact that the 225 is correct. They even mentioned it in their slide. So it's correct. Now from 19 persons to 61 persons, how much do you think will be the difference that we have to pay? So there are a lot of things that we need to talk about by engaging the public as you have done. But unfortunately, the work of PCG is becoming non-becoming. From 2022 up to July this year, we are giving you 236% of increments, and yet we are not seeing what we are doing. The May and July second increment for 17.03%. Given to you. Just barely 3 months, you have come in and asking for another 225%. You are saying 3%. We are in the left percent. We are paying 26.03% of rent, 26.03% for kilowatts hour usage. It is very high. We are using this to produce and then sell to the public. We keep on saying that the power consumption that we use in producing our products are very expensive. And therefore, we are not breaking even in this country. We need a separation. Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Benin, Togo, they are buying energy from us. But when you go there to produce, they produce at a cheaper cost. For us, as we are producing, we are still paying a high premium. So we said, please, let us do something. So there's a lot that you have to do. But asking for this increment for this year, I don't think we need to do it this time. Until we come back and tell us what we can with what we have been giving them previously. Because that's recently in English, we've not seen anything like that. You're coming back to ask for this fund. You can't pay. Businesses have already done their financial year, and therefore anything that will come will be very difficult for us to absorb. And domestic consumption to come up. Now that we come to Rico, they were saying through the slide that they presented that they need money to let people from the high tension posts. Unfortunately, I can't think about this. You have the law backing you that every 100 meters in the radius of that high tension pole, nobody should approach. And so therefore, once you put out that tension pole over there, it's for the assemblies to take over and ensure that the police have been there for you. So the only thing that you need to do is inform the Ghana police, inform whatever security that will have in place, and then the assemblies is their job to do that.
So if you come to us with that letter, because we want to get people from that area, we should pay you for it. Unfortunately, no, we can't. Let use the law to do what we have to do. You said something about human face. Human face in this amount because we have evidence of how this power of the case and high tension power is affecting people within that stage or within the village that is being affected. Houses are being held because they are doing illegal activities. And it's a point for you to be able to sack everyone from that area. But you are not doing it, and you are asking us to pay so that you can go and try it. We are not going to try it and do it. If there's anything that we need to consider, that will be what we are very clear, and we are seeing the amount of pollution that is going on in the water sector. But unfortunately, we can't give you that much. Something has to be done. I will ask you, please, let it be your job to add your voice in asking the president to ban illegal mining. Because whatever that is being done, well, when it rains, the heavy metals that they're using are this, it drains down into the rivers, and they come down to the water bodies, even from the north to the south. It will be the English that people are using. So it's not only the land that's creating it. When the rain falls, all these heavy metals sink down into the river bodies, and therefore it becomes very expensive to process. So if we, all of us don't add our voice to stop it, what is going to happen is in the next 2 years, not 5 years, we are going to find it very difficult to obtain water to process. We in the beverage sector, water is what we use in what we drink and processing the food that we produce. So therefore, if we are not able, there is nothing. The cost of water in a bottle that will come to you, you cannot pay. Because they are already asking 26 cubic meter. And it will be very expensive. But they decide to have it. I will continue. So please, have a voice to the illegal mining and then the bank on what people are mining. This one is done. We can, it's not only the illegal mining that is creating the menace that we see. Every mining that is illegal. But the question that I want to ask from the water people, all the treatment that they're doing, are they able to take out the heavy metals out of the clear water that produce what's to drink? If they are not, then we are drinking poison. Because for us in the beverage sector, any water that comes to us, we use a lot of money to recycle, retreat the water before we can use it for. So it's a cost to us. So if we don't help them to do the property and ensure that the end user will not be drinking poison, in order to put our voice together. Please, thank you.
You made very useful contributions, and I want between you and water. When the water company director making his presentation, he did tell us that the kind of water we drink currently is very clean, it's good for life, blah, blah. I want to know from you, because people are using the industrial water, is that a statement true, or do you normally do something?
For what we do in the beverage sector, the treatment of the water is taken as if the water is dirty. It's not. So anytime Ghana water comes water or we pump water from, we have to go through all the nitty-gritty of treating it again before we can use it. So that at least the bacteria that you see in them will not flow into the muscles and also into the plants. From the Ghana water presentation, it said some pipes so old that they need to change.
If they don't change them, it means that everything that is flowing through that old pipe, coming through your pipe, they are more correct for you to do. Because when you fetch those waters into your bucket, you can see the sediments that comes or settles in that bucket. So that is the place that I can base my argument. So if we don't know anything about it, the best to do is to let people understand that even with water coming from Ghana, they need to treat it. They treat the water and best boil it before you can use it. Or pick another filter below your pipe before you can get another clean water. Otherwise, it means that we are still having the same problem. So that's why I'm asking the question from them. The heavy metals that are already integrated into our water bodies, are able to take them out. If they are not, then we have a problem.
And then last, but you have to come in and say, the metals. You are in industry, you are comparing the price of power. You mentioned Cote d'Ivoire.
The cost of power when you
So
source
we are in the comparative analysis.
yeah,
In our nation,
and the population
of the kilos, cents per kilowatt of the phase per kilowatt.
ECG is telling us that we are using 91 pesos. But our calculation is also 2 cities, 32 pesos. That is how it is. So 91 pesos per kilowatt, then 2 cities, 32 pesos of that industry. We need to investigate how come they are telling us. The Cote d'Ivoire, I don't know how much they are giving to Cote d'Ivoire, but if you produce a bottle of water in Cote d'Ivoire, and you produce same water in Ghana, the price is different. Even when you have to bring them, pay all the duties. When you bring them to Ghana, it's more expensive than what you produce. Same in Nigeria, that you don't bring it cheaper. It's more cheaper bringing from outside than what they produce. This is what we have been finding so many years. Sometimes our tax regime is also another factor. So that's how we look at it. Yes, I can give you an example from Nigeria. Because I've been doing level in Cote d'Ivoire, not too much. In Nigeria, the retail hand, the handling beer that we buy, cost you 1,000 naira. When you bring it from Nigeria to Ghana, and the malls, when you bring it to Ghana, when you bring it to Ghana beer, paying all the duties that you have to pay, it's still sometimes it's possible to be a retailer. Sometimes they have to come back and look at how much can I sell. So they take advantage of how much they're producing. So if you're producing in Ghana, which Ghana business is producing, when they put that product on the market, a bottle of Guinness is costing a can of Guinness, a bottle of Guinness is costing you almost about 13 cents. While the one that you're bringing from Nigeria, the same company is costing you almost 6 cents. Now that the industry has appreciated, you can see how low it will be. Even Nigeria, they have a higher inflation than we have. I guess these are the problems that we're going through. So utility for the production sector is a big problem. And therefore we need to do something. Thank you.
My name is Rosemary from Ghana Information Center. My question goes to ECG. Rosemary Oforo. Sorry. I just find out is the question that it is from my heart. Please, how long does it take to get a meter because I have paid close to 9,000 for meter for almost 6 months. I have been chasing them at 10:49 or I think so. And then they tell me it's an internal problem. Now, how do you take my money to solve your internal problem? That is my question. And then, even when I was sleeping, the boss called me. I don't know whether he saw me. Because I don't understand. You have come to take all this, taking the money. I need it and I have to go. I'm waiting for them to give me that. I go there, they tell somebody teach you. It is becoming very frustrating. And so for me, when the woman asked of why somebody said something about illegality, in my mind, I don't blame the person. Forgive me, because I'm a security person. I didn't blame them or I don't blame them because if I pay, I'm paying, and you are not giving me, then somebody will find a way of getting the right. It is very frustrating, very. So I'm pleading, if somebody is here who can get me my meters, let me the meter and let me be free. I beg you. Thank you.
Those Ghana water, Ghana water. Who's meter by yeah, what is it? Horses. Horses. That's run away. Horses. By next week, Wednesday, you report to me that you give me the bit. What's
My name is Accra, and I'm the Junior President of the Ghana. But when it comes to tariff consideration and approval, I have some confidence in the expertise of the PURC to look at the details of the figures presented by the service providers to make some decisions. But beyond that, I was looking for some details when it comes to the differential between the residential, the non-residential, or commercial, which I didn't really see. Because over the years, we have been trying to make the case that the relativity between residential tariff against the non-residential commercial tariffs should be considered. Because typically, in a commercial setting, you use the utility to generate business, to employ, and that in itself goes to support the economy. And then also you have less control over the consumption of some of these utilities. But in the domestic setting, you are able to control the load, you can tell switch your light off and sleep in that place. We have not been able to get a clear signal from PLC with regard to that relativity between residential tariff and the commercial tariff. We didn't get it. And I hope that you can throw some light on that. Now, when it comes to Ghana water, as a tariff we are proposing, I have a very simple position, especially when we continue to say that I'm sounds like it. But actually, we have a social contract in government to protect our environment, to protect our water bodies, and to protect everything that we have in this country. So, when we allow people out of selfish interests to destroy our environment, to destroy our water, that ends up increasing the cost of producing water, and then come to other consumers to pay more for that destruction. I think there is some unfairness in there. And period, you have to look at that. I'm glad there was a figure on the difference between when there was no currency and when we have an in terms of production costs. My sincere submission is that let's look at the cost of water production, which is due to currency, give that bill to government to pay. So that we continue to pay for the production of water. But I'm thinking you.
Hello, sir, sorry.
Hello. I think Moses, Mr. Moses, come and tell us a bit about the differentials between domestic, industrial, and this proposal from the hoteliers. This is supposed to be a good suggestion because we should disaggregate and not to lump all together. So again, Mr. Moses, when you go back, you try and see, let's do some model. If we could disaggregate the areas that have developed the potential watches, that's it. And that's the crucial. For what is the future? Because if you can just do some little bit of work, when you disaggregate the freshwater areas, if that was supposed to be the situation, how much time would be? Then the areas that are now managed, when you are not using politics, what would be the situation? But this also supposed to be a government policy into the future. So that we'll know whether the government have to do something about it. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Due to give clarity, this issue of buying always why do you think? Issues that we back this buying clarity. So somebody said my house not goes for me like that.
So my question is, on
the huge connection where you have to buy home, you don't have to go. And there's also a whole communities. These big like people are not
Thank you. Give me more.
So, ladies and gentlemen, ECD is a highly regulated agency. So every charge or every price we charge customers is regulated or approved by the TD. So if you want to sell, let's say a single case, the charge is fixed and it's been approved by the PRD. Right. Is contribute to the for a single place, service condition. The price is 1,300. A single place, new service condition. So if people cover the cost of cables, complementary materials like shackle insulator, and other materials like from the last pole to your for 3 days is 2,526. Now, if you want one pole service, means you need a pole. So the last you need the rate is up here. These rates are published at ECB's website. It's 3,633 it's 5,500. It's 5,553.5 single days, and for 3 days, it's 8,279. This is for 1 week. Now, if you are extending electricity to your premises, in addition to this, there's one additional meter. There is a small cost that is charging for the additional meter that
Solomon and Mr. Moses, come and said it. Then let me rephrase it. You have this pole, you have everything. You are in your house, you are in Lima. I don't need 2 or 3 poles to my house. I just want a meter. How much will it cost?
363 for a single base. New service connection. Now, under the meter replacement is free. So, we come to your house, we change your street, don't charge for meter replacement. If you want a new tenant, that's where the tax apply. If your meter is for this, you will replace it for free.
Nanso, sɛ wɔakasa na apɛ ma ɛna ma leader no hyia, which is a different issue. Sɛ obi na abɛwia obi na abɛwia obi ta bi mu ɛda ɛyira ebi kan sɛ ɔbɛkɔ police station ma mpɔse ama police ayɛ abɛgye sɛ ama obi da no obi da abɛwia. This is very basic and low cost. Again, I don't know what was here. This is very basic. Now, your situations are now, who customer wants to now we need a need. Now, no, the corrective charge on what you are, and some of your the women association. If you are more I said, meet a no war in policy. Not a cost of meter. Since here, the cost was meter $168. I'm sure okay, compared to the 10. The Accra in the jam, division, it's not a full cost. There's no why not? Yeah, we will get into my information.
What change in the year in complete the program in Tina every day. And among a few every one was for your own becoming and not becoming. Was in education. The people you take what is a need, most of them they will open the meter, maybe a software to actually. I never been a that and too much. I don't come. I really cry. I'm not you said this connection here. And then you might be and then you get all the company. Maybe they are pool and my connection anymore. You go pool. Now, swap property. There's a share and why I'm not it's the point is that we can master my income and yet the friend is a legal at 7 years and on this one, they got on but they got on this one. They are all meters and of the free
About what I really said, we touch one behind. And 2 611 611. Yes, Paul and y'all is here. So far, or the figure that law. I said, we are about We now want something to be. Now, also rights. You have to say, everybody mentions who said, yeah, you can't say 225, yeah. Then we know 225, the service charge. He said, they can say, the minimum is exactly the one average in pricing. It is generation price, distribution price, and distribution price. Then distribution price, I am anything. Yes, actually, that's the what I did. 25%, they have to do high. It is another year to break. Aggregate price, they have to do high. Thank you.
Please, we haven't closed, so we'll begin with this student patient. And then PURC student notes. Please, we make sure everybody will have. So those who are missing their lunch in their office, take it there, you take the lunch.
But I am 969, less than 1,000 Ghana. No, we have a rate, but you are new class on our website. When you get to our office, anybody is charging you anything outside our food rate, please object. Don't get anything. But you can allow us exactly 9,000, because the goal that you have service. I mean, say, now the education, for our politician,
your mind. 3,000 is too much. Go and speak. It will be clear in our mind.
Residential and non-residential. I think residential get to I was sorry, I said no residential. Is it my job? You know why they get it's like what you get apart from that, the capital of residential is higher than the non-residential. So that has been happening in the US and last 3 years. As we are looking at it, I'm sure you will think that. You can take more.
Thank you very much. Few questions for Ghana Water I want to ask. The first one has to do with the gentleman who was asking how we engage the unit committee members. We've been engaging a whole lot of people during assembly. If their association is available to us, we would definitely want to engage with them. At our various local levels, district levels, we carry strategic exercises all over the place. And most often than not, is assembly members who lead us to do this exercise. And so, if the unit committee members are also ready to join this, why not? We are ready to work seriously with them to ensure that we get to the bottom of serving you better than what we are doing now. Just to add to it that, for us, if you are able to report illegal activity and you are able to go through the process and get money, 10% that will give you. And please note, make sure that your name does not anywhere, not even on our boundaries, for anybody to see that we are doing this manner. Someone said that you agree with that we should increase the tariff. It is too high. Honestly, it's not easy for us to be chasing after people when we don't even know. So it is not in our interest at all whatsoever to increase the tariff. We don't like it outside. Situations demand that we do this to be able to cover. Please note that none of the company is not going to make profit whatsoever based on this proposal. It's a pure cost recovery exercise that we are carrying out. So it is not to make Water to make super profit of it. No. It's just to cover the cost. If the activities that are driving our costs are minimized, why not go back to the lower level? How can we build some the campaign area that we're talking about, the pollinators that we are talking about, as we speak now, we're talking about 151 million just for the polymer. We have several chemicals that we use, which is causing a total of 350 million now. Just the polymer alone is costing us 151 million out of that. So please do them see where we are going. Lower. Areas where the water level is so clean, I'll give you a 300 example of the water basins. Water basins, those coming from water basins, without even use the problem. So assuming that every water level is like that, we would have sent Ghana Water Company 300 million one cost alone. That is how bad the situation is. If October is like that, if all the water bodies, which we know from source, getting to us is so bad, if they are all like that, the company would be talking about such a huge sum of 300 million out of the 350 million cities would have been saved from chemical process. The next 50 billion is what we have been using for anticipation and other processes that we really need to do. Then somebody was talking about air into our meters. The previous meters that we had were such a meter that has this loose system. So when water is about to, not just when the meter is full, then you start reading. When water is about to flow after some short period of stop, then the very first force that comes out together with the water. That's what you see the meter vibrating. And we stopped this process a long time ago by doing what we call non-return valves into this meter. So we don't allow, before now, those things have been moved. So I don't expect anybody's meter at this moment to be having that. If you have any meter now, we have a non-return valve, and that will not allow this to happen. In any case, the smart meters you are putting now are not solid. So it's only water and water. We do not, so you can pass through any storm you need, and it will still not be, but only with what we call water consumption. And somebody talk about the presence of the heavy metal. Please note that, as somebody already said, when he said we regulated company, our activities we know is the beginning of public health for this country, and so we cannot compromise dealing with on our answer. It is fair for everybody to take our water and submit it to any other process before they use it in their production. That is allowed. But what we give you from government, from our tax, that's for you to take, you will not have any. You can drink from it personally, drink from then you see this in my house. If you like, pay me some disease, and I'll get water, I'll draw water from the. That's what I mean. So the water is clean, the water has no problem. We do not have, Mr. Chairman, we do not have any report here of the presence of heavy metal in our final products. We do not have any such reports yet. There are several activities that they have done apart from our own internal water quality mechanism. Standard board and other organizations carry out frequent activities on the water that we produce. So please, what you are receiving in your homes, if it's coming from Ghana water, it's not having any problem. But we know that your source of water is not only now coming from Ghana water, it's coming from other sources apart from Ghana. So please, we need to be sure if the source you get the water from is the same as Ghana water, but there is no report to that effect at the moment. Now, somebody also talked about the pipelines that are, we go 30 and they are old and all that. It's true that we have those old pipelines, but what we have done is that we have a dosage of chlorine as police, and use the word loosely, police the water out of it to your premises. So if there's any contaminations along the line, this chlorine is able to stabilize the system. So still, have a problem. And we carry, sampling at your various, communities. You see our people going around at your various communities to check if there is any such issue. As soon as we notice it, we shut that area down and then we flush the system to ensure that we have a good. Please rest assured that you don't have a problem when it comes to the product that to your goals. And as I was asked to look for technical consultation, we'll get that. That's what I told you. If you look at just the polymer element of our usage, out of our 350 million cost of chemicals. 151, as you said, is for the if you want to look at it from only the coagulant point, then we are talking about 300, million. Meanwhile, areas we are selling are not producing that amount of water. You can't compare what we have from more and all that. And the areas that we are producing the these things are just minimal. Yet, you have to spend so much in order to produce water from these areas. I'm sure I haven't got that. Noted, unless something is, or there is a follow-up.
Two or 3 days of body.
So, thank you very much. I'm not able to answer in China. Are you okay if I answer in English? The rural area is being served by this water. In the recent past, the plant is having some problem with generation. So the amount of water being produced from that plant is not as high as it used to be. Personally, I used to be at Sagmara Estate. All these areas were being served with this water. If you cast your mind back, somewhere 4 days in a week you get water constantly flowing. And now, because of the problem with this so it's really true that we may be having some amount of shortage as compared to the number of days that you get water. But what we are doing is to look water from our to pick up the one from the HE and the Mungwana area. And so you notice that at least for now, there's some kind of equipment, at least coming from the northern part going towards the HE. So yes, there are some little issues, and it's all about the plan we have, and we are resolving matter. Very soon, it will be in full production.
Please, let's be very brief, straight to the point, because I think we spent some time here. Some people have to go back to work, other stuff on the engagement. So please raise your question.
Well, my name is Reverend John Amuli, the chairman of the Institution of Ghana, and I want to thank the chairperson of the Legal Committee and the honorable chairman of the DRC for inviting our committee. Essentially, we have a lot to say that time is far gone, and the stand of the Papa is that the presentations that are made are really very beautiful and they are very convincing. But we'll say that there's nothing new in what they have said. Each time that the review is okay, they come in and give this kind of convincing statements. And they talk about the fact that the need for them to adjust service so that they can be efficient. So this is an age-old story they have been given. And for me, looking at PRA, looking at Grateful, ECG, I see a picture of a relay. And the relay, you require all the players in the relay to be very strong. The partnership is very strong. If they are weak link, no matter what effort all the other two do, then you will not have achieved it. And in this particular relay, I found that the only person who is very, very important in this is the ECG. And so the stand of industry is that this tariff should not be approved. The request for the tariff approval gives a very critical and a clear opportunity for His Excellency the German government to send the resident to ECG, clean that system up, get rid of all the project, or not give it the opportunity. We know that wrong that happens in the ECG. We have stores where ECG workers come in and then take out meters, go over hundreds of thousands, put them in microwaves. And then whatever happens to the microwave, the meter, they take part of the money and put the meter. We have too many stores that we cannot account it. And we are saying that if this tariff is approved, it will hit the economy and hit so hard. We have already 70% drop in the sales of goods in the market. Food is an essential. If sales of goods drops that significantly, one, no what will happen if the price go up that much more. We are talking about a situation where the price of rice, beer, and all whatever not will hit so high. You set up a wild inflationary fight that this government cannot control. It will be the beginning of the erosion of the goodwill this government has. In the previous government, in that we did not want to hear about the national government. Our tariffs were so high. If the Obama government has come in and they are also going to the state of tariffs in the name of efficiency, we are very cleaning the ECG. Then how different is the Obama government from this government? We are calling on the PRC. We support tariff reflecting, cost reflecting tariffs. But at this point in time, let's hold up these tariffs. Send ECG to go to their house where they were. Clean up of all the wrong. The poor worker has to keep on that. The poor worker has to be so alarming that ECG worker will not have a place the people will have to. Cables are hanging. We go at the wall, we see cables lacking now. And these people are not related. It has also so governed that today, when it's 1% will amount to quality people show with the kind of inefficiency and the product. The Obama government has an opportunity. Let us clean that system. Because until we apply 1,000% this year, it will not deal with anything. And then add to all that. When the prices change, we need to the price of so if they but at this point in time, no matter whatever they do, they can't. He doesn't say that they can't. My sister, they are to be here for long. And they go, they can't, they approve you, they go, they can't. What have they done? There are so many good meaning ECG workers. If you put that a good energy there, and the good energy wants to clean up the system, they ambush the system. We are so I come for now and for now. We know they need money, but let's give them 3 months. Let them go out. I know the appointed leaders will be chasing them for the past 2 years. The leaders are supplying them free, yet they are not reaching. These people will never mind. So let's put them aside, let's give them 3 months, and then send the president the ability to deal with this institution. So for once or all, we will need a certain legacy, a legacy set. Otherwise, coming back every year, we will still come back here and still talk about that and efficiency. We don't have to give them the way for anything. Let them go and do. For now, I would suggest the finance minister talking about in the 2026 budget, kind of feedback, you will get the poverty levy, you will reduce VAT, rationalize VAT, and then from 20 to 100% downwards. The economy has already absorbed the shocks of this poverty levy and then the VAT rate. So let us, for instance, still keep that. For that, let us use that to push them for the next 3 or 4 months. What we wait for ECG to go and clean themselves up. They have need who must come with clean. These people here have no clean hands. So convinced that tariff rate will reduce than going up. The price of weight right now is about the city was used so well in the beginning of the year. City has shaking again the middle. We know is that in terms of October, food prices will begin to go up. And that food prices will begin to go up. So nothing can also take off in October. So let us go back because we are applying a tariff that is going to yield anything. It doesn't make more risk. So let's leave it. Once we show that.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable first of all, want to express disappointment with PURC in the sense that about 6 years ago, through some funding, our community was one of the beneficiaries of the project that was undertaken in the area. The water did not flow. In fact, that was really, forgot that there had been some lay down pipes in the community. We followed up some limits, and then, that came into commission. One day, and that is it. So the seriousness of it is that Pukwase is the urban area. It has grown. You cannot even know the boundary between Eastern region with Accra anymore. Some of our people do not have access to clean water. Meanwhile, pipelines are lying down. People are always coming to me. They are not coming to the area to register. We let the people to come and register. After registration, they took the registration money and disappeared. I have personally written letter. This is why I said I'm supporting the PRC. Petition to PRC. I and came from Pukwase, hand deliver the letter to PRC in one of the this year. We never had them. Our people are connected. For what they do better than us. Pipelines are in existence. Please don't let it rot away. Come and give us water. Pukwase, majority part of Pukwase, Bensu, Piaman, Magura, and the David water. We don't have water, so we better do it. And secondly, my question was to please, I beg you to follow up on this issue so that you give us water. We beg you. Thank you. The second question is that Pukwase, we have the internal plans at the store water flow. So we just wanted to please help us with water. And the second question was to see. Yes, I have written it. Well, 5 months ago. I'll give you the text for that.
continue with the and also goes to ECG. In fact, I will commend the Amazon and see ECG officials of Amazon and engineers. They are doing very well. And the day and night we are always there. We are really operating over. However, there is a clear issue we are facing, theft of ECG details. Now, the community members are suspecting that there is a business between those who want thieves and the in the sense that when it's 3 kilometers, you go to them for the police report, you will have to pay an amount, a huge amount, before they will connect you. If you do it on your own, you meet it and you get connection and they are this then is becoming almost every day in my electoral area I go, I get a receive reports of not more or less, not less than 6 ECG meters to it. You can break for a month and then start again. For this meter, where else can you use it? And the people happen it. We don't know what is happening. So we beg you, ECG, come to the area. Because the more they are filling the meters and the more people are using, people are going to pay and then they are free to, pay that huge amount. So they are collecting it on their own. And it's not really that connection. And that's one of the reasons why we are not getting the resources that you need. You have about 1,000 people you supply, your light, and the town, the meters going. After we that, about 150 have not come to inform you. So you haven't checked that. You know where I'm heading to. So really, something should be done about it. It's a crisis in our country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so no, the new submitted official. Do which of this? Well, because we have the vision of office. Is the Reverend Lucy, she is the original man. I was asking whether she knows you because I think you documented, you submitted. Well, I will check it before we do. So I'll check it from our system. Yeah, so once you no, whether you wrote, that's what I want to know. But when you write, we document our process. He's the manager. So I'll get the
Thank you very much for coming. That I'm saying, more taking time off now. One thing we want to assure you, after the very technical calculations, all the technical parameters, if you make a decision variable, that decision variable, and then it's not more. The one thing in a condition is nothing. Let the one. And the very happy. Now, we are some of kind we rooted. It's now a kind of decision variable. I think about we can the power. Decentralize electricity through mini grids. Any solar, any other renewable source, any off-grid solutions. If we can the energy generation makes one, because then the baby time of the pressure. The PRA presentation now greater. You already moving actual maintenance. Many grades, the problem with maintenance, operation and maintenance. But is still the never have what more okay. Now ECG. Me, Dr. Lee, talk about PR or three or Open up your point here. So, this is the mobile message in common. The meaning of old school communication and engagement a two-way affair. Now, after BCG, I want to tell you that you should not be reacting, not very reactionary or anything. And this is for communication, yeah, yeah. So we are very active in your communication. I must be active in your engagement. We are the one after the matter of this. And one of the interfacing with their consumers, with their seminar, and then with the more communicate effectively. Our communication in comfort. There be a communication. A lot of awareness creation in Yama. Then I must be we can elaboration. See, I am now. Why time I enjoy meeting? The website of Obama. Yeah, and they have exactly and away website. Where they allow the engagement forever by time they are who are still here with the brain. Now they get in the one area. Which they are able to put up. Then yeah, more is variable, very yɛda mo ase na yɛbu sɛ yɛde future no yɛfrɛ mu a wobɛsa agye asopɛ sɛdeɛ ne mayɛ nyame hyia mo ɔno mo yɛbɛkyɛ closing prayer ɔne yɛde closing prayer na ɔwɔ he and I tell you what is glad about this constant prayer. And
thank you very much. Thank all myself now for bringing this. Very to guide everybody home safely. And whatever we have here in the ocean, also we have to make sure we see Promises for PRC, email ID is info@PRC.com. The website is info@PRC.com.